111. Šī ir mana prezentācija. Nu, droši vien, kad runās skaļāk, nes šī klus, bet tests. 1, 2, 1, 2, 3, 3, 2, 1.
Labrīt and good morning. And welcome on Culture and Creative Industry Contribution to Culture and Creative Tourism in Europe final conference. Their mayors, representatives from Ministry of Culture, Ministry of Economics, Inter-Europe, Joint Secretariat, project partners, external experts, project stakeholders, also from Latvia, from Vidzemes, culture professionals, participants, ladies and gentlemen. VTA has long time experience working with EU-funded projects. And it's not only pleasure, but also challenges. Particularly in this pandemic and post-pandemic time, and also since February, Russia war is in Ukraine. Last 2 years, culture, creative industries and tourism has suffered a lot. At the same time, creative industries like SMEs, local and regional authorities manage and trying to cope well with new situation. But we have seen also visitors' new behavior and needs. And from other side, now CCI more open for cooperation. For cooperation with state and municipality institutions, creating new offers and new products. After decline of visitor numbers, creative industries, companies were searching for new opportunity and good examples from businesses, as well from those who were doing better and had managed to be more creative. This COVID time was a new challenge for everyone. How to approach and attract local travelers, so they keep using tourism as a way of spending of their free time. On formal education, social communication, and even healing their health and soul in order to provide their quality of life as good as possible. Also before pandemic, people has opportunity and possibility to use digital tools to visit culture creative place, sites. And during our online workshop, it was great example, thank you, great example how to introduce project partners to show partner experience. And we used this experience also in Latvia to share it, and it's really great experience. Thank you all partners for this. And today, during the final conference, partners from 8 destinations will show us the results and overall achievement. And for opening address and presentations, I would like to ask Mayor of Cēsis County Council, Jānis Rozenbergs, for opening speech and presentation. Welcome.
Good morning. I hope that you feel good after a dinner and night. And probably you had also time to a little bit visit in or have a small walk in Cēsis, and it's very nice that the closing conference is held in Cēsis, and probably this will be also good ground for the next projects, and the partners will be the same, and we will do again big things during the next projects. But some of you have been in Cēsis, some of you are the first time, so I will have a small presentation about our municipality and our city. And the slogan, I said already yesterday, is a great place for living. And this is a slogan from 2013. And there were big discussions about this slogan and strategy, but today I think this is a winning strategy for our municipality and city. And so we are located almost 90 kilometers from Riga to northeast. I think it's a good location. We have a railway, we have a small airport, we have 2 highways along Cēsis, so the geographical location is a good one. And this is our municipality. The last summer we had a big reform in Latvia. municipality reform, and in our case 7 municipalities joined the previous summer, and this is a big marriage. We were 7 different municipalities, and right now we are 1. And of course, this is a big job to join all the good things and to keep all the good things and also develop new ones. So this is the territory. From one side to another side, it's almost more than 100 kilometers. So this is a big territory. There are some figures. Almost 42,000 inhabitants. Unemployment rate is low. Visitors annually more than 400,000. And there you have you can see some figures of students and pensioners. So we are old city, more than 800 years, and after some years we will celebrate 820 years, and because we are old city, we have a lot of different state and local level monuments. And one of them, you can see this church, St. John Church, which has renovated the previous summers. It's very nice symbol of city, and it is possible to see almost from every side of a city. You must know that the Latvian flag is coming from Cēsis. Twice our city has been a capital of Latvia. The first time it was in medieval period, and after the World War I, it was only for some days, but anyway, it's a pleasure to be a capital of Latvia. And sometimes in Latvia, Cēsis has called also capital of culture. So this is an informal title, but anyway, this is very nice. This is the slide we show for when we speak about tourism and investments in tourism or culture. Then it's very important how many inhabitants are in our territory. And if we calculate it to 2.5 hours by car, then in that territory have located 1,600,000 people. So the recent commitments, we have signed commitment to be the municipality of zero waste. So we slowly move that direction to be a zero waste municipality. Also, we have signed the first municipality in Baltic states diversity chart, and also one of the first municipalities that have joined in digitalization and transformation manifest. And then 2025 we think that we will be the capital of culture in Latvia. So we tried to go to European capital of culture, but that competition we lost. The city Liepāja won, but why we can't realize the same program 2 years earlier in 2025? So we will do that, and the time will show how it happens. So some famous objects or some famous things that we are proud of, and the first of all is medieval castle. When you write in Google search Cēsis, then the first is still medieval castle, and of course this is one of the biggest tourism objects in our city, and step by step we make investments in that monument, and we still have a great big plans for that castle. The new castle also, the neighboring, and concert hall. We are right now in concert hall, and this is one of the biggest projects in Cēsis, and there we have a stage for professional art. There we have a stage also for the local art. There we have a cinema. We are right now in cinema, and the calculations has shown that the concert hall brings approximately 2 million euros in our economy. Of course, this is a a time when everything is open and the concerts are going on. But anyway, this is a big amount of money that comes to local economy. And one more effect from the concert hall is that we have get many investments because of concert hall. One investment is Villa Santa. It's a 4 million investment in 4-star hotel. Another investment is multi-flat apartment houses. One more investment is Michelin level restaurant. And all those people invested in Cēsis because of concert hall and also the professional art festival, which is the biggest art festival outside Riga in the summertime. So what I would like to say that the culture can bring investments also. This is not only to spend the money, but this is also the way how we can collect and get new investments. Library, this is the old building and we have renovation and I think this is a beautiful house with a beautiful spirit. Rutska Manor, the New York Times announced Rutska Manor as one of the top 10 photo and video artist residents in the world. So it was also for many years empty house in the middle of the city. And then came the former residents from Cēsis back to Cēsis, and we gave this manor them to start to develop this artist residence. And right now there is, especially in summertime, it's full of people and full of activities. Yeah, we have a co-working space in the middle of the old city. It was also empty house for some years. There was the professional school, then we developed a new school premises, and then this house was empty, and then we gave to that lady, just do something. And step by step, this co-working space right now there is almost 30 entrepreneurs who are working every day, and we must develop new one. So, and some pearls around the city, yeah, in our country sound. It's Ungurmuiža Manor, also beautiful place. In summer times, many cultural events, and there is a restaurant, and this is a, this is a very famous manor. Then we have a discussion with state, Lielstraupes pils, one very big castle. At the moment this is owned by state, but we have discussions to take this castle to municipality because the state has no plans how to develop this castle. Āraiši, Eva is here, and Āraiši is a very special, very unique monument, and Eva has a plans to apply for UNESCO with this monument, so this is a long way to go, but I hope that this will be successful, and the next time when you will come, then Āraiši will be UNESCO monument. Yeah, Basilavas Manor, this is also a famous manor, and 10 years ago in Cēsis was not restaurants, it was some cafes, and in the evening of Monday everything was closed, and people were sad that it's not ability to eat something very tasty. And during those last years we have plenty of restaurants, and this is that we see that people combine culture with restaurant, and they comes from Riga or other cities to overnight here to have a concert and a good food, and this is the restaurant I mentioned, this Michelin star level. Yeah, it was a former fire station, and right now there is a restaurant, and then people are coming from Estonia and Lithuania to especially to this restaurant. We are in the middle of the Gauja National Park, the biggest national park in Latvia, so we have plenty of different active tourism opportunities. the biggest projects for the future is a CESIS Space Center. It will be the education center and also the tourism destination, and we plan to finish this year, at the end of this year, and open the next spring. So it will be the, let's say, education center, innovation center, and also entertainment center for youngsters to understand physics, chemistry, biology, to help for our education system, and at the same time to be interesting tourism object in the dark period of year, in the autumn and springtime, because our tourism is shrinking. The summer is excellent, the winter, if we have snow, is a good one, but spring and autumn is absolutely empty. So we hope that this will be also very successful project for our city. So this is the next case for creative territory industries. This is a big factory. I mentioned yesterday the people in Soviet times, blinded people, work here, and for 30 years this territory was empty. And you see how many square meters there are. And here there will be art school. This block there will be creative industries, business incubator, maker spaces, and so on. And here there will be a space for culture, art exhibitions, and so on. So we will start this year with the middle territory, then the art school, and afterwards this art space. And yesterday you have a dinner here. This is the old brewery. And step by step the private investor will make investments in the art and science center here. So Lampa, it's the biggest democratic festival in the northern, in Latvia and also in Baltic states. The 1st July again, they will be in CESIS, and many events, many politicians, other people are coming here. Art Festival CESIS, I mentioned many times. CESIS has listed among the 70 best cultural cities in Europe. And Daily Mail from UK listed CES Art Festival and CES 810 among the world's most interesting festivals in 2016. But to close my presentation, small promo video, all to keep all together, so we can. This is the old factory I mentioned before. So thank you for attention. Have a nice day. Have good ideas from this conference, and see you in the next projects. And again in CESIS.
Thank you very much. Thank you, Raj, Mr. Mayor, for your introduction and presentation. As promised yesterday during dinner time, you have seen a lot of ambitions, and I'm sure after years, when you're coming next time, a lot of things will be realized. And thank you also for a contribution to Culture Create project for implementation of action plan. So thank you very much, and see you soon. Culture and tourism, creative tourism and culture. Our stakeholders from two ministries, Ministry of Economics and Ministry of Culture, and cooperation between those stakeholders, important stakeholders, is very important for our project. We cooperate, mainly we cooperate with Ministry of Economics, which is tourism, where is the tourism, but for culture, we have cooperation, but in field of creativity. Only a few years before we started, and we have meeting online, live meeting. We're trying to do it between pandemic time, which will be possible. And today, I would like to ask our stakeholder from Ministry of Culture, Lasma Krastiņš-Sidrenko, for opening speech and short presentations. Welcome.
So, dear everyone, it's very nice, and it's my pleasure to meet you all here in person after those 2 very difficult years. It's very nice to see your smiles and sitting here and gathering for this a very special event. So, to start with my presentation, I want to refer to the policy guidelines 2022 and 2027. So, Ministry of Culture of the Republic of Latvia, in close cooperation with industry representatives, has developed and has just confirmed the cultural policy priority tasks for the next 6 years, the Cultural Policy Guidelines, Culture State. And the main objective of the new Cultural Policy Guidelines is to provide a sustainable and accessible culture for the development of Latvia as a nation state and for the growth of every individual. So the main idea of these guidelines are the accessibility of cultural services and the opportunities to engage in cultural processes for all, for every participant, including in the regions, which is why it is very important, crucially important, that the cultural environment, including creative industries, entrepreneurship, and cultural tourism develops and thrives not only in the capital city of Riga, but as well as in the regions. So, and we see that a strong cultural identity can play a significant role in increasing competitiveness and development of cities and regions, and therefore a city, Cēsis, as you already heard, should be mentioned as one of the best examples in Latvia, of course, followed by many other Latvian cities. And for instance, we are very proud that city Liepāja and its surrounding areas will soon have a unique opportunity to carry out their vision of culture as a thriving force for city development through the program of the European Capital of Culture 2027. It is also worth mentioning other successful examples in Latvia that complement the idea of creative industries helping to boost the tourism sector. For example, as you see in the presentation, City Alūksne, which has shown that creative good ideas can both improve the environment and cultural attractions, as well as create an attractive offer for local and Baltic tourism. And similarly, the project, the Magnets of Cultural Heritage and Art Creativity of Jacobs Road, of Kuldīga, Talsi and Alsunga municipalities shows a unique potential to create a leapfrog, so to call, for the development of creative industries, education and entrepreneurship at local level. Previous examples were carried out within the framework of European Union funding programs, which will fortunately continue to strengthen the cultural environment of the regions also in the nearest future. And also the Recovery and Resilience Facility plan for Latvia will strongly support the region cultural centers. And I would also like to mention that the Ministry of Culture is currently working on the implementation of the Latvian Historical Lands Law, adopted in 2020, which aims to strengthen the cultural and historical identity and sense of belonging of the population to their place of residence, to historical Latvian lands across local communities. And the main purpose of this law is to create the preconditions for maintaining the same level of diversity and integrity of Latvianness and cultural and historical environments of historical Latvian lands and small cultural spaces for the next generations as we see it today. And specific tasks are also foreseen in the field of promoting cultural tourism. And to sum up, in the last 10 years, the Ministry of Culture has been providing targeted support for the establishment and activities of regional cultural centers, with the main objective to improve access to culture outside, not only in the capital of the capital city, Riga, but as well as in the regions. And addition to this, I wanted to stress the importance of cooperation, both on a local and as well as on global level. And referring to such projects as this, the international cooperation plays a significant role in terms of gaining new ideas and inspirations, cooperating with partners, working in similar directions. And as it can be observed, for example, via this Cultural Roots of the Council of Europe program, in which Latvia is very actively involved, international cooperation is often the key element to place Latvia's cultural and historical heritage in a wider European context, and of course also attract foreign tourists. So the Ministry of Culture therefore commends the Vidzemes Tūrisma asociācija for their involvement in this particular Interreg project, and we are confident that it will enable them to further develop Vidzeme region as an attractive travel destination, honoring both its rich cultural heritage as well as its exciting and wide cultural offer. So thank you very much.
Thank you very much. And you mentioned also culture roads, and really we're working last 4 years also to implement and create actually new culture road, which is called Iron Curtain Trail. And we've been not only partners in Vidzeme, but also working for whole country, for all Latvia. And we are happy as together with 18 countries, we can realize this project. Not continuous to just add to some section from country to St. James Road or another, but to create new one. And it happens because cooperation between stakeholders in Latvia, cooperation between countries, and therefore next speaker, representative Ministry of Economics, head of Tourism Department, Ines Shiro, will present us job and work what you're doing and cooperating with all regions and particularly with Vidzeme. Welcome.
Good morning, dear guests, dear friends, colleagues. I already yesterday mentioned that I had this possibility to participate in the first meeting of this project when you started your activities, and it was in 2018. So almost 4 years of different times, because I suppose it was very challenging for Vidzemes Tūrisma asociācija to manage this project during pandemic, and you did a great job, and today we are in this final conference. Yes, I'm representing Investment and Development Agency of Latvia and its tourism department, but we work under Ministry of Economics, which is responsible for tourism policy in Latvia. So in my presentation, in a couple of slides, I will show what has changed since 2018 when I presented you our tourism marketing strategy for next 5 years and the role of creative tourism in it. And I remember that we already discussed about cultural and creative tourism synergy. I presented also some good examples of this creative tourism in Latvia. So since 2018, we revised our Latvian tourism marketing strategy, and mainly thanks to Vidzemes Tūrisma asociācijas efforts. We included also creative tourism as one of our priority tourism products in Latvian tourism marketing strategy. And I know that Ministry of Economics will include it also in our tourism policy document. So it gives us a greater possibilities to provide support for creative tourism if it is included in these state tourism strategies and all documents. Also, in last years, we see that changes demand and supply, that tourists are changing and what they are expecting from holidays. And we see that in last years, people are looking for meaningful activities. And I think that creative tourism is very good alternative if you want to travel meaningful. So I think that in future, in next years, with the rising prices of tourism services, rising cost of travel, we will see that people will stay longer in one place in destinations, and this means that of course they will start their visit with visiting most popular sightseeing places, but if you are staying longer in one place, then you are starting to look what you can do more in this place. And I think that creative tourism products are very good for such longer stay in the destination. Yes, and I think that with including this creative tourism product in our tourism marketing strategy, we have also better opportunities to promote these tourism products in international markets. This project will end very soon, and there's always question how to provide continuation of the project achievements, of the project results. And therefore, I would like to invite you to use the support which is now provided by Ministry of Economics and Investment and Development Agency of Latvia for tourism sector SMEs and destinations. And we provide support for international marketing activities, also for larger events, sports and culture events and trade exhibitions, as well as for business events, international conferences. And this means that you can promote your creative tourism products in international markets, also with the support of from state. For marketing, international marketing activities, there's available budget. Support is 60,000 euros per year per company, and co-financing is 80%. So I think it's a very good support program for tourism companies. It was launched last year to mitigate this negative impact of COVID-19, and we will continue this program until the end of next year. And now support is available also for international events and also international conferences, business events. I invite also our Latvian partners to use this support to promote also this cultural tourism, creative tourism products. And we also have one new support program, and here I'd like to encourage Latvian partners to think about, and not only think but also to do something to create creative tourism network and to apply for this support because until the end of this year, Ministry of Economics will launch this program, which will be for tourism cooperation networks, and we will support two types of networks, either thematic or territorial, based on territory. And I think that in this thematic network, creative tourism network would be a very good chance to continue the activities which you started during this project. And I know that in Vidzemes Tūrisma asociācija founded a new organization which joins creative people and are going to support local craftsmen and these creative people in this region. So I think that this new support program will provide necessary support for these activities and this organization. So yes, this is invitation to Vidzemes Tūrisma asociācija to think about this possibility and to start some preparations for this new program. Yes, and of course, we as a National Tourism Board will provide support for international marketing of this newly created products and for these tourism cooperation networks. Yes, I think this is all from my side this moment, and thank you very much for coming and for work during these 4 years. And I think that today will be a very interesting day also for me to see the results and achievements of this project. And I hope to good cooperation also in future. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Ines Eširova. And anyway, as you see, we have nothing will be closed, nothing will be fixed, and no works. You see, will be a lot of work in future for new network, and the network is pressing to us to do it, and we'll do it. And thank you for this opportunity, and we will try it, and hopefully we'll manage. And also, Ines didn't mention, but I would like inform us tourism department and some years before participated in European Culture Tourism Network award, and you are winner of award, which calls Iron Curtain Trail. So that is additional information. Yeah. So you're very active working also with some bids and projects, and also sometimes involve like partners, sometimes like stakeholder, but anyway, it's very important for us and for regions. So, and now we, Latvian presentations will be over in this first section, and we will continue with open presentation from Nausa municipality, Mayor of Nausa municipality, Nicholas Karanikolas. Welcome.
Hello, everyone. First of all, I would like to thank Mayor for the hospitality and everyone who worked for this meeting, and also all the participants, the project manager, for all the cooperation we have during Cult Create project. Well, I was asked to give a short speech about Nausa, my municipality. Nausa, among others, is known for its nature, wine tradition, and as a city break destination. It's a town with a rich history and with a long tradition of viniculture and wine making. Many SMEs support the tradition and the customs that surround it. Events of the past and current events, groups of local artists, performers and dancers were always linked to Nausa's wine tradition. People of Nausa integrate this tradition and made it part of their lives. They were inspired and also created the unique cuisine of Nausa. Nausa, through the pass of the years, became a popular destination in the region of Central Macedonia and in northern Greece. The most known cultural product of the Nausa is the traditional custom of Genitsari and Boules, which takes place, let me go through these photos, during the carnival season in Greece, which is in February. It is a carnival custom with ancient Dionysian origins. During a 3-week period, several cultural events are taking place. Visitors can experience traditional dancers in the streets of Nausa, with the dancers wearing unique traditional costumes. The local SMEs strongly support the events by organizing their own events, offering food and wine during the street performances, restaurants and bars, and by selling souvenirs and local products related to the events. There are local workshops where visitors can learn how to make their traditional masks and create their own souvenirs. Visitors can also participate in some of the performances and follow the dancers during the visiting in local houses where they are treated with traditional food and wine. They can also be present in the dressing procedure of the performance. Another tourist product for Nausa is the wine heritage and all the events around the grape harvesting season and the wine producing season. This season lasts from the end of August until October or beginning of November. During this season, several events are taking place with the active involvement of the local wineries. Wine tasting and food tasting activities are taking place in Nausa restaurants and especially at the local wineries. Picnics and visits at the wineries are also organized with the visitors also to have the opportunity to participate in traditional activities such as the grape harvesting and traditional grape stomping. This season ends with a 3-day festival, the Wine and Vine Festival, within November. Wineries are also open to the public all day long, organize wine and food tasting activities. Also, local restaurants and bars organize events offering local wines and food. Quite recent initiatives in Nausa are the street food festivals and the Nausa Urban Art Festival that are taking place in September. The Street Food Festival is a 3-day festival promoting the Xenomafro, the wine of Nausa, and the street food culture. Famous local and international chefs and bartenders are making street food and cocktails based on Xenomafro. Concerts with the participation of local artists are taking place, and also wine and food tasting is also organized by the local restaurants and bars. Dancing performances are also organized with the participation of visitors. The Nausa Urban Art Festival takes place in September. It took place in September 2020 and 2021 with great success, even though there was restriction due to the COVID pandemic. Apart from the participating artists, volunteers, visitors and citizens of Nausa became part of the cultural event, contributing to the completion of their works. Up until now, local businesses acted separately, organizing their own events and activities trying to attract visitors. Through Cult Create program, the municipality brought the local enterprise together using the existing cultural heritage and traditions, but with common purpose to promote Nausa's wine tradition. The municipality of Nausa, as a local government organization, based its competitiveness and sustainable development on its capacity and rapidly adapting European Union and national policies. Through Cult Create, Nausa had the opportunity to exchange experience and knowledge on an economic sector that is needed for further development in Greece. This is the cultural and creative industries. Nausa has already done a few steps within this framework. We have a long cultural tradition with several customs and festivals, but still needed towards the promotion and digitization of it under the aim of valorizing our cultural heritage and further contributing to local development. Cult Create gave municipality of Nausa the opportunity to develop the region's tourist product around the grape harvesting season wine by involving several key stakeholders such as the Wine Producer Association, Restaurant Stores Association, the Traders Association, the Hoteliers Association, and the Gastronomic Community. It was for the first time that all these stakeholders from the cultural heritage, gastronomy and tourism sectors cooperate together to create Naousa's tourism product and to promote their city into the city of wine in Greece and also in Europe. Our action plan gained the third ECTN award in the category Cultural and Creative Industries Contribution to Cultural and Creative Tourism Development during the conference that took place in Athens in 2021. Within this framework, Naousa aims in strengthening networking and communication between the SMEs of the cultural and creative and the tourism sector. Integration of digital means for the support of the CC and SMEs in the municipality's priority in order to promote cooperation and synergies among them, as well to adapt Naousa's tourism product into the new era's requirements for CCT promotion, co-creation and digitization. Furthermore, CalCreate and Interreg Europe enabled us, as organizers of the Grape Harvest Festival, to consider its establishment as a permanent, annual and cultural action to highlight Naousa's unique identity, but also to contribute to local economic growth and to promote the outward-looking integration of the local SMEs with the tourist market. This action will also constitute a tool to motivate local actors and the community to engage into creative activities, to deploy their creativity and to encourage the development of the new SMEs, resulting in the development of CCT, where Naousa already has a long tradition with existing festivals in our town. However, CalCreate projects allowed Naousa to better organize and further develop related actions. The integration of such elements to our operational plan is on the way, while we all at the municipality hope that a digital platform will help locals to further develop synergies and take relevant action for the Naousa's development. Entering into the digital area, we tend to implement several smart applications. The CalCreate project contributes to the mobilization of all relevant stakeholders on this regard. Finally, I would like to warmly thank all CalCreate partners for the great collaboration and for giving us the opportunity to exchange knowledge, experience and ideas which contributed to successfully develop our action plan and consider CCIs and CCTs on a more organized and integrated way. As pointed out within the framework of the project, through discussion with all project partners, we mainly stressed out by ECTN research results can be transferred to policies. We hope that our efforts carried out within this project in general will serve as a good case study, the outcomes of which will be integrated to our operational program and hopefully later on serve on regional and national levels. In the meantime, I'm convinced that the declaration of sustainable CCT development and promotion based on CCA and SMEs competence will be the crowning of our project and eventually a new beginning for this partnership. We, as Municipality of Naousa, would like to thank you for contributing to the formulation of our action plan through the exchange of know-how, but mostly for pushing us further into fields that we want to but hesitate to discover. We are looking forward to the continuation and collaboration of the future. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Mr. Mayor. We have also one online presentation from our external expert, advisory partner, Caroline Correa. And I would like to know, you are connected with us, you are online. Hello, Caroline?
Hello.
Yeah.
Can you hear me? Can you hear me well?
Very well, thank you.
Yeah.
You can share the screen, please. Yeah. Mm-hmm.
Okay. Well, thank you very much. It's a honor for me to be with you today. Also, of course, I would prefer to be in presential, and especially after attending this first presentation. But I had another commitment for a long time, and unfortunately, it's not possible. Actually, I didn't want to miss this part of the project, which is called the final one. But dealing with creative tourism, we know that everything is a process, and you demonstrated it. So I think that's a new point and maybe a new starting point for new collaboration and new synergies, as I've just heard from most of you in your presentation. So as time is short, I'm going to share a brief presentation, which is, of course, not to enter into detail of all the work you did, and we did, but you especially did it, because I know that you have a lot of presentation this morning, enter into detail of all your achievements. So first of all, that was our first meeting in 1st of October, in which I could put a face on all your projects that I already known from, well, the studies I did. And I knew at this time that you were able to think out of the box. So my work, my mission was just to provoke it and to, well, convince you that creative tourism would be the way in order to enhance all the assets you all had in your project. Why? Well, because it was adaptable to all kind of destination, independently of the diversity of yours, because it would help to optimize the existing resources and especially to enhance the SME's competitiveness. It was also a great tool to recover the DNA of each destination and or each territory, but also to act in a sustainable way on the touristic activity, in the way of balancing the activity along the year long, through the territory, and also to develop a segmentation in order to attract new profile of travelers. So all these would also contribute to train and empower the local communities and to develop this cultural enrichment that, by the way, we have seen during all this process. So how did I decide to provoke it? Well, by benchmarking, by showing you examples of destinations that have a very different profile. As we can see, Ibiza, we all have a specific image of Ibiza, but it also achieved to do it. Lolé, that is in the south of Portugal, and Gabrovo. This was the three practical cases I proposed in the studies, in addition to all the one I presented in my presentation and webinar. And the idea was precisely to see how this destination could impact positively in all these aspects that were covered by the Cult Create program, and that you would have to adapt to your project. So the first, when we started after this with the to-do list, the first point was for you to be aware of your potential. So to check your potential, to see that all of you had already a strong identity and strong DNA. So you had to maybe recover it to be, well, to identify it. A lot of traditions and intangible heritage. Maybe in some cases it was necessary to make a mapping of it. And also creative SMEs that were maybe not devoted at this time to the tourism activity, but had the potential to do it. And the potential or the possibility to develop several tourism segments. And precisely the pandemic period was an opportunity, and we all seized it in order to create this laboratory and to experiment with new proposals. So for this, the most important asset you had was this creative vision of sustainable development. The second point you perfectly achieved was to identify your DNA. So we've seen just now with Nausa, it was clear that wine heritage was a good point, but in each destination, you add your own. For instance, the music in the Veneto or the cinema, the crafts in most of the other destinations. So that was very important, because the idea was precisely to find a differential element and to take time in this period to recreate linkage with the local communities. The third point was to gather all these new co-creators, and you perfectly did it. In all your projects, we could see how you gathered these cross-sectorial stakeholders, which were the dream makers, So all the artisans, the artists, the creative industry that were not aware that they would be able to share a common project. And also all these parts of the tourism industry that were the services, the hospitality sector, that already had their own dynamic, and they had not planned to change it. So you really achieved to provoke this disruption and to ask them to make them co-create in common projects. And of course, the tourists themselves. And that's very important because you also all in your project seize the opportunity of staycation, of geographical restriction, to involve, to engage the local communities, the population in your project in order to, first of all, experiment in this pilot project, but also to convert them into the new ambassadors, because you will have naturally a first target that will be the staycation. All your activity, your experiences from now will have the adhesion of these communities. And then, of course, you have the possibility to develop this segmentation and in order to reach national and international tourism as well. But in this phase, and precisely in this context of COVID, it was a great opportunity, and you did it well, to work at this very local scale. And especially, I would add, seizing the opportunity as well as already existing events like well, I was talking about Veneto. There were a lot of festivals in Nauta as well. In all the places, all these festivals also helped to convert themselves into a starting point to develop this creative strategy. And then the fourth point you also achieved, and that was, I think, the key of this project, was to create a new local ecosystem, to set the basis of this new collaboration between actors that were so different than dream makers, which are the one I call to mention the artists, the craftsmen, all the people that will make the experience of the travelers completely different, because they will transfer them the specific knowledge, or be they artistic, be they cultural one. The tourism industry, that I said that was all the sectors, and the SMEs, because of course, dream makers and tourism industry do not speak the same language. You might have noticed it. So SMEs are very important in order to make this link. And that was very important, and especially to do it following a holistic model in order to keep this coherence, to keep this authenticity. It wouldn't have made sense to create activities, tourism activities, artistic activities, be they very creative, but if they were not authentic. So it was very important to impact on your differential elements by really focus on your kilometer zero culture. And from all these intangible heritage resources and local actors to co-create the experiences. And then the third step was naturally to recreate the identity and the DNA of the destination by just demonstrating your creative experiences. So as I said, creative tourism is a process, not just for the tourists who participate in the experiences, but also for all the people that develop the project and that make that a territory will convert into a creative destination. So first of it, if we follow the to-do list, the first point was to identify all these resources. And I mentioned the know-how and, of course, the events and festival, as I said. Also, not to hesitate to work on cross-sectorial collaboration and co-creation, as you did in all the cases. But at the same time, to create creative tourism experience around this. That was a good and an important point of the Cult Create program, because it helped you to convert all these potential that already have a lot of creative cities. I'm thinking about creative cities of UNESCO, for instance, or creative industry strategy, into activities that are feasible for the tourists themselves, in which they can participate. That was, for instance, the case with Dundee. We saw that there were so many assets and so much potential, and maybe the part was to add like a concert or to make these activities so much more extended for the locals, but for the tourists as well. So the good point of all of your projects was really to test all these experiences engaging the local, as I said, and to use this test in order to start monitoring all these pilot projects with some KPIs and indicators. And then starting the segmentation. For instance, we could see this as well with Nicosia, because I really had the privilege to follow from inside as they became part of our network as a creative-friendly destination. So we could see how from all these potential and existing experiences they already had, we are at this moment working on the segmentation in order to design experiences that could fit with a wide array of profiles. And of course, to work, the next steps are to work on packaging, marketing, and networking, which is, of course, the next step. Because if we want to create a value chain, not only at the local level, but also at the international level, we have to follow the three steps, which are, of course, to have this part of the local experience between the travelers and the dream makers, but also to create a place making, a destination branding with all the local stakeholders. And the next step, which is what we are doing today, but then also creating synergies with other networks, are to recommend for the destination to recommend themselves in order to create some loyalty of these creative tourists. So all of this will guarantee us that all this, without precisely trying to reach them, but all the sustainable development goals will be covered through our process in terms of job creation, of empowerment, on inclusiveness, social cohesion, and so on. So for the next recommendation of the to-do list, I would say that assessing what you're doing. And from my side, I just could congratulate you for your very brilliant work. And of course, let's go on. We've seen that you have reached and you have covered all the essential steps of this project. And now, of course, much more possibilities are possible as well, as far as we are always creative. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Caroline. And thank you for contribution and work during our action plans. For all partners is communicate with you and very actively you communicate back. And I hope you will be stay also in a second section later after.
I'm not able, because that's the reason why I couldn't be in presential today, because I had another event at the same time. So unfortunately, I wasn't able. Anyway, I keep at your disposal at any time in order to share creative ideas and recommendations. And well, I really insist that it was a great pleasure for me to work on it, because you really did it the best way we can do it, which means following all this bottom-up model. So, congratulations.
Thank you, Caroline. And now I would like to ask project overall coordinator Manos Vogiokas for overall results, achievements. Manos, welcome.
Thank you, Mr. President, also past president of ECTN. Mr. Mayers, it was very honored to have you here, and all the partners. Thank you for this 4 years of close cooperation. I would like to start by saying 5 years ago, almost to the date, at the end of May of 2017, of course, we had no idea then what was going to come. A few people met in Brussels in the frame of the European Cultural Tourism Network. At that time, Reitis was the president of the network, and then we met in the offices of the Veneto region in Brussels, Veneto region being a member of ECTN, and we were discussing how to address the call of Interreg Europe. It was the third call of Interreg Europe, in particular for something around cultural creative industries. And we put this together this proposal, which was won because also we had the support as a lead partner of VTA, Vidzemes Tūrisma asociācija, and that's why we're here today. We went through a lot of things normally, in a normal situation, but unfortunately at some point we had to switch to online events, and now coming back to a real event which we actually wanted very much, and I suppose all of you also wanted, and all the partners are represented here today, and we're very pleased about that. In terms of what we're trying to cover, as you know, we're covering the priority of SME competitiveness. That's our starting point. And then we bring in the cultural creative industries that are typically small, medium enterprises. Originally, we addressed the cultural heritage, but this was changed. And therefore, the target is to involve as close as possible the SMEs themselves or their associations. Because CCIs are SMEs, typically, that should become more competitive in developing cultural creative tourism products and services. That's our remit. In terms of what are cultural and creative industries, we were based our approach on the list of cultural creative industries that was produced by the European Commission in the communication in 2012, I believe. And as you see, all this, starting with cultural heritage, but also design, crafts, digital products, performing, visual arts, film, video, music, TV, radio, festivals, advertising, architecture, fashion, archives and libraries, audiovisual, multimedia, publishing, museums and galleries, very important, R&D, software, toys, games, video games, VR, virtual reality, augmented reality developments, but also the high-end products, including gastronomy and wine, as you've heard before from the mayor of Nausea. And you see some of these categories are already reflected in the action plans you hear in the second session of each partner. The overall objective we set out was to redeploy cultural creative industries for the development and promotion of cultural creative tourism strategies with sustainability of tourism, contribution to sustainability of tourism, very important, innovations throughout, capitalization of good practices from previous projects as well as the ones we identified during the work of exchange of experience, policy learning and implementation, and capacity building, very important as it is the priority of Interreg Europe for partner staff, but also key stakeholders that were closely involved throughout. The sub-objectives, a list of, I will not mention all of them, but what we're doing today is number 9, to disseminate the project outputs and results beyond the partnership to a wider audience and also to European Union institutions, interregional bodies, international bodies, destination management authorities, and other networks. As you know, we're 9 partners from 9 different member states. We cover the whole of northwest, southeast Europe, where is not covered in terms of the Iberia Peninsula. We have the support, as you heard from Caroline Couret, in terms of Spain and Portugal good practices. In terms of the partnership clusters, there are 3 clusters of partners: the regional authorities, the big regional authorities, Veneto and Kouvaski Pomorski; the city authorities, the 3 municipalities, Cork in Ireland, Dundee in the UK, and now in Greece; and what we call DMOs, Destination Management Organizations, the Tourism Association here in Vidzeme, the Tourism Board in Nicosia, in Cyprus, but also the Chamber of Commerce and Industry in Pech-Baranya, Hungary. And ECTN advisory partner supported all partners throughout the process. The geographical coverage, northwest, 3 from the south, 3 from the west, 2 from the east. We covered all the parts of Europe that Interreg Europe expects. What we set out, the expected results, was capacity building as a priority of Interreg Europe, better cooperation and partnership between public and private sectors, and the tourism and cultural sector, and the creative sector, improved policy instruments in the 8 destinations, contribution to the policy learning platform in terms of good practices to the database, and also contributions to events, added value to the initiatives at EU level with improved policy instruments and influence of other structural funds programs, and finally to further the agenda of relevant EU institutions such as the Parliament, the Commission, the European Social and Economic Committee, the Committee of the Regions, more close to us because it is based on local government, as most of the partners come from local government, regional government. Pan-European networks such as Europa Nostra and European Travel Commission, international organizations, UNESCO, WTO, World Tourism Organization, and other relevant stakeholders. We've done 4 interregional events plus the launch conference. We started with the launch conference. Most of you were here in Latvia, but not in Chessis. It was in Riga, in the Museum of Art, in November 2017. And then we ran, this launch conference set the scene of what we are going to do for the next 3 years. Then we ran 4 interregional workshops. The 2 of them, the first one in Padova, in Veneto region, to identify the cultural creative industries in each region, what could be the basis of developing the tourism products and services. And then in Nicosia, later in 2019, on the best practices for CCT based on CCIs. And then the pandemic broke out, and as we were ready to go to Dundee in the UK to discuss about product development, we had to switch quite quickly, actually, in a digital event, which was delayed because we hoped during that year that something will happen and the pandemic will be over 6 months. We postponed from the spring to the autumn, but of course it was worse at that time, so we had online events instead of going to Dundee, and then another online event instead of going to Cork in Ireland. In Dundee, we discussed, or hosted by Dundee, we discussed the product development, and at that time we had the benefit of Caroline Couret coming in as an expert and advising all the partners how to promote and develop their creative industries for creative tourism, because on the cultural tourism, as a cultural tourism practitioners, were more comfortable. But when it came to creative tourism, we needed some external support, ideas, and some kind of expertise to help the 8 destinations to develop this kind of creative tourism, innovative products and services. And then finally, in February last year, we had the last event, also digital, on governance and business models. I will not go through all of them in the interest of time economy, but on the governance and business models, governance is defined as the strategic role of public authorities to support CCT based on CCIs. The business model is the operational model for at the local level, the regional level, how the SMEs could be involved in becoming more competitive through creative tourism developments. In addition, because of the pandemic, we held 3 webinars which proved very useful. We had the action plans webinar instead of going to Nausa. Sorry, Mr. Mayor, we missed this opportunity. We had a webinar instead, and then we have a special webinar on creative tourism with Caroline Correa. We're very fortunate about that, and bringing in good practices from Spain, Portugal, Bulgaria, outside the partnership, to support the development at the local regional level. And finally, another webinar on governance and business models before the workshop, to prepare the workshop with external expertise. For the action plans, we had external expertise from the University of Thessaly in Greece. For Creative Europe, we had Caroline Correa from Creative Tourism Network, Barcelona, and for governance and business models, we had the external expertise from University of Barcelona, Ibertur Network. In terms of good practices, we identified and documented 26 good practices. 12 were the target, so we exceeded the target. 13 actually were selected by the thematic experts and are now what is called the Interreg Europe database of good practices. All partners have contributed with at least one good practice. 7 of the 26 good practices came from the advisory partner ECTN, 4 of which were on creative tourism coming from Caroline Correa in Spain and Portugal. They're all in the website. And these good practices, as documented, are in fact the building blocks of the action plans that we'll discuss in the next session that each partner developed. Just an indication of good practices on governance and business models, the business model of the Nicosia Tourism Board in Cyprus, the Creative Cities Network of UNESCO, Dundee being a member of this network on design priority, and the European Capital of Smart Tourism, a new development that has creativity as part of the criteria of what is a smart tourism. We used there the case study of Karlsruhe in Germany, outside the partnership. In terms of the action plans, we have 8 action plans for the 8 destinations, with some 30 actions, including new projects, improved governance and structural change, with 1 pilot action in Veneto region. We'll hear about it in the next session. Action plans were actually completed about 6 months later than planned because of the pandemic, but were all validated by JS according to the extended schedule. Implementation started actually ahead of schedule in May 2021, and will be concluded this year, at the end of this year, November. And with policy change results achieved or expected in the next few months in terms of CCI development, CCT development based on CCI SMEs. All the actions are based on the exchange of good practices between partners, including the advisory partner. In terms of the achievements after these 4 years, we have the 8 action plans implemented, been in the last phase of completion, implementation. 29 actions, including 1 pilot action. 43 interregional events were held during this time, some digital, some physical, half and half more or less. 26 good practices identified, 13 in the database. 70 persons with increased capacity, both in terms of staff, members of staff of the partners, and also the key stakeholders. 64 stakeholder bodies involved in 48 meetings during the 4 years, 49 media appearances in 8 countries. We held an event in the European Week of Regional Cities in 2020. Also, it was fully digital at that time due to the pandemic, and we have also another one in this year, which also will be digital. 16 local regional dissemination events, 8 in each 2 in each of the 8 destinations, 4 newsletters published, and 3 webinars which were additional to the original plan. In terms of policy instruments, more or less was the initial list that we set out, except in some partners they had to change because of the structural funds related policy instruments were no longer relevant, they could not be influenced. So in Cyprus, which we had to change to something more useful for the master plan, the city master plan. Synergies, we had several synergies during these years, some of them very recent, also with the Sustainable Development Goals, the Smart Tourism Capital. This we'll discuss in the afternoon, so I won't go into this anymore. I just want to highlight in closing that in the UNWTO definition, World Tourism Organization definition of cultural tourism, indeed it's highlighted arts and architecture, cultural heritage, culinary heritage, gastronomy, literature, music, creative industries, and the living cultures, very fundamental in contributing to cultural tourism. Finally, we did the dissemination of activities. I mentioned the event of the European Week of Regions and Cities. It was a participatory lab, not a workshop, but a participatory lab, more interactive discussion between the partners and external participants. Then we had the awards, the annual awards of the European Cultural Tourism Network in those years, 3 years, 2018, 2019, and 2021, included cultural creative industries contribution to cultural creative tourism as a priority, as one of the themes. And finally, in the annual conference of ECTN last year, which was held as a real event in Athens, the lead partner, VTA, presented the project results to a wider audience. Now, what is the purpose of what we're doing today? First, we have to present and discuss in the next session the results of the action plan implementation monitoring in each of the 8 partner cities and regions. Then, in the afternoon, we have to explore synergies. We propose to explore synergies with other initiatives for the capitalization of the results of the Cult Create project in terms of smart tourism, new developments. So we'll go through, have maybe half an hour, 1 hour to go through these synergies. And finally, to identify policy implications for the future, for the legacy of the project in the years to come, involving policymakers and stakeholders that are here today, and conclude with a way ahead, how we're going to use all these results achieved in capitalization opportunities for future cultural creative tourism development based on CCI SMEs, and contribution towards smart tourism, which is the new thing coming out now after the pandemic, especially to redefine the role of smart tourism in European continent, not only European Union, but the whole European continent. And so this we'll do in the afternoon. And at the end, maybe we can consider and propose potential follow-up projects in the new EU programs that are starting now, such as the Interreg Europe 21 to 27 that is launched already, and the deadline is next week. But of course, there will be a second call next year and so forth. The Creative Europe also has CCIs and creative and sustainable cultural tourism for the first time. Horizon Europe, COSME, and other Interreg projects that you have in the Baltic Sea, in the North Sea, Alpine, Space, Mediterranean, and so forth. So thank you very much. And of course, everything is on the website. And we'll come back in the afternoon to discuss the synergies. But for the next speaker, we'll expect to hear what Interreg Europe is doing overall. Thank you.
Manos, thank you very much. And now I would like to ask to Interreg Europe Joint Secretary, Policy Officer Kristaps Ročans, also for situation now, but also we would like to hear about the future plans and how we can act. And so, welcome.
Labrīt. Good morning, everybody. Yes, it's my pleasure to represent here Inter-Europe Joint Secretariat, especially because the event's happening in Cēsis, which is my hometown. I'm from here. And it's very nice to hear all the project results so far, and that you are actually planning to continue cooperation for the future program, which is also what I'm going to briefly tell about. And definitely we see that projects have been challenged. I mean, the sector of tourism has been challenged, and projects have been challenged by the COVID, and now there's also different challenges regarding the war of the Russia's waging in Ukraine. But we're also happy to see as a program that we are back to the physical real-life events. Hopefully they're going to stay. And this fatigue of Zoom and online hybrid events is going to go away, and then we're going to continue as we did previously, because we understand that also the projects were really challenged by transferring from the physical events to online events, trying to keep up with the partnership, to keep up with the plans, develop everything on time. So it has been a challenge for every project, and we're happy to see that projects are successful and able to finalize their original plans and achieving policy change. So I'm going to give a brief overview of the program, the state of the play of the current, or you could say previous program, brief outlook of the project, and then talk a bit about the new program, because we are currently, as Manas said, we are in a stage where we have launched the first call of the new Inter-Europe program 2021-2027, and the deadline is indeed, yes, the end of May, but definitely the second call is going to come most likely next year. No dates yet, so let's see for the future as well if you're not ready yet for this one particular call. So, yes. This is the brief outline of my presentation here. And the state of play. Yes, the program has been running its course, the previous program. And while we have launched the new program already, we still have many projects in different stages of development at this stage. Cult Create is just finalizing very soon, but we have still projects that are going to run and have their activities in 2023, and still some new action plans are being approved, and which means that there's going to be parallel two programs running at the same time for the time being until basically 2023. But when we look about the current achievements of the program as well, and this is the Interreg program, the only Interreg program that is uniting the whole Europe and where it's possible to cooperate between North and South, East and West, so it's not territorially confined in different parts of Europe. So we had four calls in overall, and 322 million invested. So this is a program investment, co-investment, and overall 258 projects funded. I hope you can hear me. And more than 2,000 partners involved. So this is just one of the big family of Inter-Europe projects, and then a lot of partners involved actually. And what's also very good that we have 25% is managing authorities who are project partners. And by managing authorities, we mean organizations who are in charge of the policy instruments, because the program is about the policy improvement, is about the policy change, based on exchange of experiences, the capacity building, and inter-regional cooperation. And yes, the program is representing basically the whole Europe. 90% of all NUTS2 regions are represented by the program. And yes, well, a lot of good practices, and they're all available on the good practice database in different topics, of course, not only tourism. And yes, also a lot of action plans. And we know that this program has been quite heavy on asking the projects to come up with action plans and implement them. And there's going to be some changes regarding that new program. I'm going to tell about that. We also had 130 pilot actions, and this is one of the projects that had pilot action improved. And the pilot actions were not something that is given. They were very specific. You had to really justify the need for the pilot action to pilot some kind of new policy, potential policy change, new instrument, new approach that you have taken from other region and learned about it. And we're happy to see that the pilot is progressing. I want to hear more about the pilots, because they're going to play more larger role in the new program, definitely. And yes, as well, you can see that 16,000 people have increased the capacity, and yes, so the program actually has reached the targets and overreached it. And yes, what's important is policy change, and we are happy to see that actually the projects have achieved policy change. But what we mean by the policy change is that you have started by addressing, for example, European ERDF programs, and you have implemented a new call based on the project learning, so you have changed criteria, or you have addressed different needs by the companies, etc. So very, very different policy changes. And what it means is that using the program funding, using your projects, you have actually, I mean, not just project, but many projects together, have actually managed to mobilize a huge amount of funding. So basically, €1 invested by the program has generated €5 of mobilized funding regarding the policy change affected. So we definitely see that the program has succeeded in its goals by promoting changes to the policy, promoting improvements of the policy, and launching of new calls, launching new funding instruments, etc. And briefly about this project and the state of play within the current program. So yes, as you know, we have 4 priorities in the current program, and I'm mostly representing and working with research and innovation, and some of the SME competitiveness projects as well, which this project is part of. But you can see that the network is there, and this is one of the projects that's tackling culture and creative tourism industries. And we see also, based on presentations today, that creative tourism and the smart tourism and all these innovative parts of the tourism are going to become more important in the upcoming programming period, definitely. So it's good to see that you have already been working on this shift. Yes, 30 good practices are published in database, which is a good result, because you know all the good practices are evaluated by thematic experts of policy learning platforms. So 13 out of 26 is a good number. So and I'm happy that we're going to see some of them tomorrow. And also important, and I understand that there's going to be reported more policy change, but 2 policy changes have already been achieved by the project. Especially with highlight Veneto, which also have been able to mobilize significant amount of funding as well. So this is also a very good result of the project, that we can actually see that it's not just about exchanging experiences, learning from each other, developing action plans, but also achieving policy change, also improving your regional policies, which is again what the program wants to see. And now briefly about the new program. So yes, this is important. We have launched the new call, we have launched the program officially, but still the final official confirmation of the program by the Commission is still in the pipeline. But basically the call is launched, so we expect very, very minor changes, if any. But just to know that everything I'm telling is not final, but 99%. So yes, and the good thing is that the program budget is increased. Even with the Brexit, even with discussions a couple of years ago about the future of the program and the funding available, etc., finally we have managed to secure more funding than previously. So these are good news for potential project applicants, of course, and good news for the interregional cooperation in Europe, definitely. The program itself is not a revolution, it's an evolution of the current one, but there are some slight changes, and it has become more flexible. We have learned a lot from the current period as well. So there is now overall one overarching priority, which is capacity building of organizations, policymakers, and the people, of course, involved, and the stakeholders. And we have 29 countries involved. Sadly, because of the Brexit, United Kingdom is no more eligible country for the funding by the program, but of course, if you want to continue cooperation with your British partners, you can do it, but of course then they need be 100% funded by their own funds. Yes. And as I said, the overall objective of the program is the same. Basically, we are here to support your work when it comes to regional development policies, to support you on improving the regional development policies, and including investment and growth programs, so including operational programs of ERDF funding. But the big change is that in the current period, we were really specific that we wanted to see at least 50% of the policy instruments tackled by the partnership to be ERDF programs. Now we are very more flexible, so the eligibility criteria is that you only need at least one ERDF program by the partnership, and so that means that you can also tackle different policy instruments from the get-go. So it can be municipal strategy, regional strategy, specific sectorial strategy, or policy instrument. So there's this added new flexibility in the program, because we have seen that even in the current program, there has been a lot of changes overall the project, because the project is set up with trying to influence the operational programs, and not all of the partners are able that, and the results actually influencing different policy instruments, and we have been accepting that lately as well. So there's this new added flexibility for you to consider as well. And of course, we are continuing the core of the experience exchange activities. So as currently we speak about the workshops, we speak about staff exchanges, different kind of conferences, identification of good practices, learning from each other, benchmarking visits, study visits, etc. So all kinds of these activities that contribute to the exchange of experience and the capacity building, so that help you to improve the policies. And yes, while of course the program is open to various kinds of participating organizations, the primarily focus is the policymaker. The primary target group of this program are the people who work with the policies. So it can be national, regional, or local level policymakers. Basically, we are really focusing on people who can actually are in charge of the policy instruments, are in charge of the funding, and can actually influence the policy instruments and also ultimately the funding, of course. And the focus is on exchange of experience. And yes. And the program scope, so in line with, of course, European priorities, we are speaking about, of course, cross-cutting priority capacity building, but about these thematic priorities. And the concentration principle is, following as well also the larger European strategy, is a smart, green, and social is where the 80% of the funding of the program is going to go. So tourism, you might find it under sub-objectives of some of these things, but you have to be really, you know, creative in a way, and to find out in your future partnerships which particular topic you're tackling. Just to give you an example, if you are developing smart energy grids, you can either tackle the green priority or the innovator priority. It just depends on the policy instruments and the way the partnership works and what is the things you want to do. So definitely we are following the outline of the current commission, which is the smart and green digital transition, Industry 4.0, change to the CO2 carbon neutral economy, etc. Are the main, let's say, outlining priority goals. And as currently, the program, which is unique for other interview programs, is that we have both the projects and the platform, which is the Policy Learning platform. I'm going to tell about that. And the projects is the limited number of regions collaborating here together, so like this. So basically you're creating a consortium and you are working together for a limited amount of time and delivering hopefully policy change. And I will not go very much into detail, but the big change from the current period is that we are not expecting anymore the action plans being a main deliverable of the phase 1. We still have 2 phases, the core phase, which is 3 years, and follow-up phase of 1 year. But what we want to see is the policy change achieved already in the first core phase. So from the get-go, for the 3 years, you have to work with that, you know, the idea of addressing the policies in mind, and the action plans will only be required if the policy change has not been achieved by one region, and they will need to define an action plan and implement it in the follow-up phase. So really the program is focusing more on not on implementation, but on achieving, let's say, policy changes already from the get-go. So you don't need to just exchange experiences and then develop an action plan and then start working on it, but you can also work on it from the get-go. And also the pilot actions, which are still in a sense exceptional, but they are more available in a new program, because you can also start a pilot actions for the beginning of your project, because there's going to be 2 times where you can apply for the pilot action. It's either an application stage or in the midterm review, which is down the road when you have implemented the project. So you can also think about the piloting actions, so piloting, let's say, a voucher scheme or a new innovative approach that works in another region, and you are piloting in your region and you're testing it and maybe transferring it to the policy results. And also a number of flexibility rules and you know, simplified rules of financial auditing, etc. as well in the new program. And the Policy Learning platform is another pillar of the program, as we say it. And this is, in a sense, a service. It's a service and a network of experts. It's a good practice database, of course, which is available for everybody. But it also offers the services to the policymakers, to the regions, to the ministries, which you can access without being a part of the project, which is also very important. So the platform, in a nutshell, it provides continuous policy learning opportunities. So the platform capitalizes on the results of the project. So it capitalizes on the results of the good practices, but also it offers you an expert support. We have a group of thematic experts from across Europe who can advise you. There are a lot of materials presented, like policy briefs and thematic webinars, well, hopefully also thematic physical events in the future. For example, I can recommend excellent policy brief on the clusters that was developed recently. And also services, like peer reviews. The peer reviews is, again, something that region or the municipality or the ministry can apply for the platform, and you don't have to be part of the project, so it's not a competition. You can apply for the peer review to address particular problem or issue, and then the thematic experts will work and get, let's say, a panel of peers from across Europe to help you in a 2-day intensive event to bring their experience to the table. And just an example, I just returned from Norway less than a week ago, where we had a follow-up peer review for the Westland region, which implemented the new green strategy, so the green transition strategy, because it's very heavy oil-based region, and we just discussed with the peers from Sweden, Netherlands, and in Greece how to implement the strategy, actually. So this is another service that is available for every policymaker in Europe and also in Latvia, and we definitely encourage you to look for these opportunities as well in the new period. And yes, the first call is just to finish, so if you are submitting an application, do it fast. If not, there's going to be a second call, most likely next year. I don't have a precise date, but most likely next year. And the first call is up to 130 million euros is going to go for the first call. And also for the future calls, on this call you can access the program support, which is various services we as a joint secretariat offer to you regarding the consultations and giving the early feedback for your project ideas. And you can share your project ideas and use our new website, which we just launched. So yes, we definitely encourage you to look for the new program as an opportunity to develop new innovative projects, also in areas of tourism, also in areas of creative industries, of industry transition in smart industries. So with that, I will finish, and looking forward to learn more about action plans and results, and wishing you a very fantastic day in this final physical real-life conference in the fantastic town of Cēsis. Thank you.
Thank you very much for the presentation and the introduction, particularly for next projects for next period, and some good things we can see, some improvements also, like pilot actions. It will be not in a second phases, but for beginning. Unfortunately, in our project we have only one good pilot action, but we hope in next projects will be more. And also for daily communication with the Joint Secretariat, particularly in pandemic time, it's very, very crucial, and thank you very much for this. So their partners, we are a little bit in overtime, in a break, but anyway, we're going for break now, and we'll be back after half an hour.
Maybe we can shorten the break, 20 minutes.
Okay, maybe 20 minutes in a break. And I kindly ask all presenters in the second session to deliver presentations to be operator. Thank you.
Hello everybody, so I'm happy that everybody is back and having a bit of fresh air, coffee, water and some snacks, that we can continue actually to talk about the main important thing, and that is the project Culture Create results. And we will start with the Vidzemes Tūrisma asociācija, my colleague Eva, that will share what we had done in Vidzeme.
Thank you. Thank you, everyone. Can you hear? It is my pleasure to meet everyone, but especially our project partners here in Cēsis, which is the hometown of Vidzemes Tūrisma asociācija. We all are coming from the very different places. Most of our partners are coming from much larger cities than Cēsis, but Vidzeme in the European context can be described as rural area, which is dotted with the small towns, and that is one important aspect which was guided our actions. I'm just thinking whether I'm getting the presentation. Okay, thank you. Within the Culture Create project, first of all, we had to improve our policy instrument, upgrading tourism strategy of Vidzeme for synergies of culture creative tourism and culture creative industries. We have set our goals for 2025 with capacity growth, cultural change, strong culture creative tourism and creative industries network, cross-sectoral innovations in this respect, as well as new future projects to continue the work we have started with in this culture creative project. Creative tourism based on CCI, CCT, synergies was totally new direction for our association to go when we started this project. We were very well familiar with the tourism side, but not so much with the creative industries. So we had to research and learn. We detected that part of some new individual cases, cooperation between CCI and CCT does not exist. They do not know each other, hence doesn't see opportunities for cooperation and joint businesses. Came COVID-19, which brought in new challenges, but also new opportunities. People were more open and were looking for new business opportunities, for ways how to sell their products, how to survive, and how to adjust their business models. This was the additional reason why Culture Create initiatives was very well received here in Latvia. Together with experts, we were mapping the situation of culture creative industries in Vidzeme. We had several meetings and workshops with SMEs and NGOs, which very often are engaged in creative sector, as well very different cultural institutions. There is questionnaires sent out, and during COVID time, experts did telephone interviews in order to establish state of art and analyze the possible cooperation opportunities. Our next action is SMEs business development and visibility. Within Culture Create project is planned Vidzeme Co-Creation Days, which is sought to grow as annual tradition and be like a promotion event for CCIs and CCTs, as well as platform to exchange information and knowledge for these two industries. We have tried to attract different project finances to facilitate those days and have managed successfully attract local leader project. Co-Creation Days will take place throughout this summer and autumn, at least we know that. And by the way, this idea comes from our Cork partners' good initiative case. Our last and biggest achievement within Culture Create project is establishing the network of CCIs and CCTs. It came as a bottom-up approach. It was very much expected from local actors, and so last year we established the association called Vidzeme Creative Hives. In the same time, we managed to open the first physical cooperation space, which we call Creative Hive. We did a survey who would like to join Creative Hives, and here in the map you can see that there is an interest from all over Vidzeme region. Our idea is to facilitate many creative hives in Vidzemes region within the Creative Hive network, which would support local creative SMEs and provide co-creation space. that provides not only physical working space, but is also atmosphere and place for exchanging ideas and to create new ideas. It is also joint marketing. There are several unused or half-used former manor houses or tavernas which can be used for such co-creation space. Then such places could become attractive also for tourists. Out there is also skills, especially craftsmanship, which is dying out. But this co-creation space, we not only develop SME, but can also give life to our cultural heritage and monetize it. Here you see small insight into our first creative hive. It is shop, gallery, space for mobile workshops, and the idea came from good practice from our Cyprus partners. And this is active since last summer with mobile workshops and on-shop workshops taking place almost every weekend and when it is possible. Creative Hives became a very useful promotion also during the Christmas time or before Christmas time. And you will see in the following video also some promotion which was taken place for this Christmas time shop. Here you can see some insights from the shop, and now I will ask to put on the video. Please. Thank you very much. And I would like to say that our team is very thankful to this project, that it gave us totally new side of the tourism, this creative tourism, and we are now so many fantastic creative people, and it's a great way where to look forward. Thank you.
Thank you, Eva. And actually, like, as I'm and my colleagues are very often in the creative hives and seeing how people are getting into the shop and also getting interested in the products, it's not just about the shop that it is there and that people can buy some souvenirs or some gifts, but it's also that they are actually creating the network. They are asking, where is this artist living, where I can go to visit him, and then we are giving actually the artist's business cards, and they can contact directly already the artist and to talk what they are interested in or visit their workshops. And as we are the first creative hives in Vidzeme, we already see that these hives are already establishing in different areas in Vidzeme as well. So we are like kind of a big hub, and the smaller ones are in other areas. For example, not very far from here, around like 40 kilometers, the other hub is already creating there. It's called Ineši, nearby porcelain factory. And they are already communicating and talking with each other to kind of make already as a destination that you go there and you can visit already almost as 5 different workshops, different artists, and to walk just within 1 yard and to have basically like all day spending there. So that's what I really like from the Culturecreate project, that it gives the ideas to work further and also to ideas to the artists to make cooperation and other projects as well. So now I'm looking forward to see also what our project partners from Veneto, from Italy, have done. So Chiara, the floor is yours.
Morning, everybody. Okay. Good morning, everybody. So good to see you, like in 3D, finally. Okay. This is an overview about how we proceed in developing our action plan, and mostly we focus mostly on the participatory process. So. First of all, we identified 2 destinations, which is Padova, the Padova area, and the Terme Colleugani area. And we decided to focus on 3 fields: music tourism, film-induced tourism, and literary tourism, which are well-known creative industries, but not really developed tourist industries. Through a participatory process, we drafted an action plan. And what we are most proud about is that we managed to involve the DMO. We seized the opportunity to diversify and innovate our tourism products. And we had the chance to stimulate and improve our services and experiences to support the product development. Here you can find a quick very synthetic presentation of how we manage the participatory process. We started with mapping the contest, the tourist contest, and we involved our stakeholder in a SWOT analysis. We then organized 3 participatory meetings, first to inform people, then to create and share and finalize the SWOT. And all in all, we involved 150 participants. We then finalize the meeting, the webinars with the feedback on the SWOT analysis, and we collect new proposals and new ideas. We then organized a second participatory meeting with brainstorming from a common ground, and we focused on some ideas that sprout out. We then meet on a technical level, so more focus on the technical aspects of the development. So we met experts, Veneto region colleagues from other departments, the OGDs, and we tried to evaluate our ideas and to try a test base on the ground. Then we had product meeting. That means that we involved people actually that were supposed to work on that product to have their feedback. And then the final action plan workshop was to validate the result that we had on our action plan. As you can see, timing wasn't helpful because that activities was mainly in 2020, so full COVID time. So we had lots of delays and problems because participatory process implies to be there. And online, where we had the feeling that online meetings were less effective and less productive. Still, I think we did succeed because even if timing was against us, because our target policy instrument was the regional ROP for the last programming period, so ending in at the end of 2020, and it had been very hard to have an impact on this. So, but at the end, for the COVID, I know you are already aware of that. The European Commission allowed for a top-up and for a delay in implementing the previous ROP. So we actually managed to have an impact of the previous ROP because our colleague from the tourism department did issue a call basically in transferring the CCI towards the CCT industry. So maybe thanks with the COVID, we did succeed in have an impact in the last ROP. This is an example. Well, that is the actual outcome of our webinar from April 2020. And from this SWOT, we actually developed the action plan. When it was possible, we finally met in Santa Giustina, which is the focus on of our action. And here you can see how we tested and evaluate the experience in October 2020. Very few people, but that was the maximum we could afford. Okay, so this is, in a nutshell, what our action are supposed to be. So for the music tourism, we are trying to support in the development and consolidation of new music-related tourist service and to experience through coaching activities. And action number 1 is also the target of our pilot action, which has been submitted and finally approved by the JES. The second action, the film-induced tourism, basically is trying to develop in synergies with DMO and territory to support the cycling routes around the film tour area and the development of an interactive web app application. Finally, the literary tourism is defining the literary routes and develop new products club with a product specification. And we're trying to promote synergies between destination and products. We are currently working with our colleague of the tourism department, and they presented the 21-27 ROP ERDF, and they basically consider the CCT in the what we call PTA, so annual touristic plan. They had, for smart tourist destination, they have envisaged roughly 5 million euros. They are addressing the S3 competitiveness because we have put in our smart specialization strategy also the smart tourist destination, and it's explicitly mentioned the CCT. And they are working around the product club. So basically, we had an impact also in the next coming ROP. This is how we developed the Musical Tourism Action Plan.
Good morning, everybody, and sorry for the exchange of speaker, but I'm here on behalf of ETIFOR, who supported the Veneto region in the defining of the action plan and the pilot action. So what we did is actually what was previously said this morning, the co-creation of a tourism product involving the various stakeholders that now are active in Padova and in the Ghanaian hills. So we started with an operational meeting where many stakeholders were involved to map out what is existing in our destinations in terms of places dedicated to music and also businesses which are involved in music and tourism. Then, together with the relevant stakeholders, we did a study visit in Cremona, which is one of the destinations well known for its music tourism proposal. So we were able to see how they manage music tourism and transfer some of the knowledge in our destination. And then we did a co-design of 4 workshops to develop together with the other stakeholders an experience. So this is a tourism music tour which evolves around 2 figures of our destinations, the composer Totini and the piano inventor Bartolomeo Cristofori. So together with different actors, for example, Bartolomeo Cristofori Festival, the guides, and the violin makers, music shop, we figured out how to develop a music experience in the destination. So we did a test during the festival to understand if it was a feasible experience for tourists. And we went through the city seeing these different actors and shops and locations. And at the end, there was a music experience where tourists could listen to an old piano, thanks to also the musicians that were involved. And now we are in the evaluation phase. Our objective is to put this experience inside the program of the local DMO. And yeah, so in the future, we expect that to be in the program of the Padova DMO. Okay, that's all from my side. Chiara, is it fine? Can I? I think we can go to the next presentation. And yeah, we developed also some videos that, of course, you will see through the different social and the project platform. So you will get into discover what we really did, also thanks to the voices of our stakeholders that put themselves first and try to describe the experience that they did. Okay, thank you. And Chiara, did you manage to? I think so. Okay, so if you give us just 2 minutes, we can present to you the video. I'm sorry.
Okay, meanwhile, they're trying to solve the video. I actually want to say that this idea about the music route and also the literature route is very interesting. I know that we are in some of the regions where there are many writers have born, or they have very big influence there. They have in Latvia they have already created some these literature or the writer's roots. So I think there is something what we can also like dig deeper and maybe to check some idea and to actually establish also something like this in Vidzeme, that it's more appealing and more interesting also for the youngsters, because very often, of course, it is about the knowledge and that educational purposes as well, that sometimes it's not just necessary to have this maybe a bit boring history and just getting to know the biography of the artist, but actually go to the place where artist was sitting, looking out of the window and writing something. And Padua and Veneto region actually was one of the lucky ones that we could still visit, as we had a workshop there and also study visit, that our stakeholders that we took from Latvia, they saw how it looks there. They checked some ideas. We met amazing stakeholders also from Veneto, and we saw amazing library that everybody was very impressed. That actually nowadays also the libraries are getting more and more interesting and more creative to also kind of introduce people to stay in the libraries and spend time there, and to have it as actually as a destination and as a tourism object. Is there the possibility of the video, or I just continue? Okay, then maybe we can go further with the next presentation from the Cork, from Ireland. Yeah, support! There are a live audience. I will ask the technician, maybe there is also the presentation, because now he's like multitasking, doing everything on one time. Meanwhile, maybe you can tell about how it is in Cork, because we couldn't actually visit there. We had no possibility because the COVID arrived and we needed to do everything online.
Yeah, hello, and great to be here. Yeah, and great to be here from Cork, finally, to meet people in person. It's been a long 4 years, I suppose, and it's yeah, great to be here, and it's great to be here in Cessis. It's a beautiful location. So I'm going to take you through what we did in Cork as a part of our action plan. I'm hoping that this is going to work for me. It is indeed. So here we are at the final event. I'm Seamus Coughlin. I'm a head of economic development in Cork City Council, and have been very much part and parcel of the project, not necessarily from its outset, but certainly towards its end. And my colleague, Ronan Jingles, has been very engaged with this project, who unfortunately couldn't make it with us today. So he prepared us on my behalf, in fairness, so I hope to deliver it well for him. Sorry, next. Okay, so this is a blending of the CCI stakeholders in Cork and the project actions which arose from it. What we have here really is, and we focus very strongly on the whole CCI sector, which was new to us as a kind of a concept in Cork. We had plenty of creatives in Cork, lots of organisations, and we decided that we would engage with them and form a cluster. This notion of cluster is something that Cork pursues as an economic strategy, and we said, look, is there no reason why we couldn't apply something similar to the culture and creative sector in Cork? And rather than engaging with everybody, we decided that we'd do a narrow focus initially. It's a very broad spectrum, the culture and creative sector, and so we focused on 3 or 4 who we could make start as a pilot and get them involved and create that cluster. So I've a representative here from Cork, well, not here today, Cork Craft and Design. These are an organisation who support a lot of makers in the whole area of jewellery and woodwork and so on, and have a significant presence in Cork, slightly out of city centre. We've BenchSpace here. BenchSpace are an organisation recently created, only in the last couple of years, and they are and they support new creatives and makers and startups generally, and they provide, I think, it's industry tools and technologies and business support to those startups in the creative sector. We Sample Studios here, just to say, we have Maeve here representing BenchSpace, and in Sample Studios, they are one of the largest studios in the country. And again, Sample Studios, they provide outreach, educational programs, and artist studios for 85 artists in the city, and have a significant presence. And the last one we have here is Shandon Art Studio, a very new maker space, quite young, quite new, unlike the others, and it was great to get them involved. I think they learned an awful lot from it. They're not with us today, but they were focused on mainly visual arts and particularly around pottery and ceramics, and they engaged with the project with ourselves. And for us, it was very important that we recognise this sector. It's a sector that we probably hadn't particularly supported previously, and therefore, you know, the Cult Create gave us that opportunity. So, branding and marketing support programs. So, again, as I say, the aspiration was to align purposes with a particular focus on tourism. Again, this was this new idea how the creatives could actually contribute to the tourism product within Cork. And so we focused on the notion of, originally we looked at a lot of mentoring, and we did mentor them in 2021. And then we said if we were going to move this further, what we really needed to do is to create that cluster piece and to bring them together. So we looked at a branding and marketing support program to facilitate that cluster development. A cluster of clusters, if you will, because these organisations are clusters in their own right. And they had acted, I suppose, and had done some they had done work together individually, or as maybe ones and twos. But for us, we thought bringing the whole sector together was really important, or at least a subsector of that. In other words, the larger cluster, if you like, can be more impactful together, and it can certainly provide ground for new innovation in terms of products and services, and the co-creation of new products and services in that sector. So tailored capacity building. And this umbrella cluster, this idea again that it was important that each of those organisations would retain their own identity, and so this is a kind of an umbrella cluster piece that they could come together in special instances to actually deliver impact where it was influencing or whether it was to deliver a festival. So grassroots, bottom-up driven. So it was important then as a local authority that we go outreach to these people. So knowledge transfer and application. So it was not just a question of bringing them together. The idea was really to go and do something, do an action. We brought in some expert advice, which was very important. I think we were not experts ourselves in this whole area, and so we did bring in, and we do have Chapter here who helped us both in terms of the branding exercise, which I'll talk about, and we also had Jackie who brought us in on the whole mentoring area where she works quite strongly. And then that led into, so I'm starting with Action 1, if you like, and then that led into another idea around Action 2, and this was all delivered pretty much late this year. We agonised a lot over how we were going to do this, but we got there in the end, and we did a lot of it this year. So the support program structure, what we did was as I said, we went out to procure, and the intention was to focus on that notion of clustering, focus on the tourism piece, then create the branding, and then put it into action. So the sectoral clustering at a local level, as I said, we felt that there was a huge benefit and value and innovation that would arise from bringing these people together with the common, again, focus on tourism. Again, I think this is an area that people didn't realise that, look, there is the potential for that, and certainly if they come together as a group, that could be identified and could be quite strong. And those synergies, again, and also the synergies and the innovation that might arise when they come together as different groups. As I said, they had done maybe one-on-ones. The idea was when you bring them all together, how impactful that might be. And we're looking towards, this is a pilot thing, so we've only just started this, so the whole question of member-led governance is going to be something that we need to go forward. We don't want to kill it with bureaucracy, so it's important that, nonetheless, that there will be some framework and as we go forward so that they can drive on as an organisation at an umbrella level. Again, and we will be there in the background to support, it's got to be member-driven. So could we, yes, looking at the culture and creative tourism piece, this co-creation of tourism products and services, we got them to come together to think about how that might happen. And so there were many projects along with our experts chapter. And I think that key thing of bringing people together, getting them to talk, deciding what it is they can do, and get those mindsets come together, to get that thinking piece working, to see what can happen when you combine the efforts of all of the organisations, with the 4 organisations that are involved. So it's important that they were engaging, that what was delivered was engaging, it was on message, and it translated into sales. That whole commercialism piece was hugely important as well, to realise that this is an opportunity again to actually drive on the creative piece, but also that there's a competitive piece here as well, and that this could essentially drive sales and contribute to the economy. And the whole idea, of course, is tourism attracted both to locals and to visitors alike, both within the city, and obviously eventually we would expect it to have a further reach and go international. So in the brand development, yeah, this is a critical piece, I think, and for us, this was the core part of the process in terms of developing this cluster. And as I say, it brought everybody together. We sat in the background. It was very much chapter, in fairness to them, with the brief. And they're very invested themselves in that whole creative sector themselves. And I think they really contributed in terms of bringing everybody together, getting their thoughts, getting their own visions, and how those visions might combine together. And getting them aligned in a single direction, you know, that there's a vision for them all that they can achieve here. So that focus on the vision, bringing them together was critically important. And then, you know, with the view to, you know, this is not just a one-off event, this is not just a project, that there's a legacy piece when we're finished with this and we can drive forward. So, this is what we ended up with. Stamp. So Stamp, so I'm going to read it here actually because it's quite good. It describes quite well what we're saying. So Stamp is a proud collaboration between 4 Cork-based art, design and craft organisations, bench-based Cork Craft and Design, Sample and Shandon Art Studios, brought together under a shared brand identity by ourselves and the Cult Create European project on culture and creative tourism. It represents a collective ambition to effect positive change on behalf of the local creative community by empowering artists, makers and creators to truly make their mark on the city and to support and highlight the value of creative thinking, artistic collaboration and inspiration in providing a vibrant and attractive Cork City for locals and visitors alike. I think that says it all. So we did a lot of branding workshops, obviously, and that had a bridge over onto Action 2, which I'll come to shortly. And you know, there was a whole lot of co-created content, and this was inspired by Nicosia. So when we were looking as a part of the project to what we might do, and the Nicosia pop-up festival is something that we focused on, and we felt it blended quite well with what we were trying to achieve. So there was, you know, we saw it as, you know, we saw what can be achieved, and we wanted to be realistic about this as well. Can't change the world, but we can, you know, it had to be within the scope and scale of what we can achieve within the time of the project. And we focus on the exhibitors, participants and attractions and what each of them bring to the table. And then we looked at a whole series of venues and locations within the city which are appropriate and for a festival to take place. And prior to it then, again, we did a big, strong marketing campaign to get it out there through social media mainly and in the press also. And it was this launch of this brand, Stamp, as a mark of not just a group, but the festival itself as well. And the idea was, that this really was a culmination of all the learning that we'd done through the last 6 months, and you know, and to avail of what it is that each of these organisations brings to the table in terms of their experience and knowledge. So on the second side in Action 2, there was a longer-term objective here. It really was about, and it was something that the sector themselves, when we spoke with them, were very keen on doing, and that was having a presence within the city centre. They felt that, you know, a lot of them are peripheral. Some of them had been there previously and had been living in kind of derelict buildings or semi-used buildings, but had to leave because of newer, stronger development that came in post the crash in 2010. So between the time of 2008 to 2015, there was the possibility for these people to take up space within the city centre, but that became difficult to, obviously they had to move subsequently when the market returned, and they had to diverse out into the peripheries of the city. And so there was always this desire, and we recognised that desire, and we knew what that could contribute to the city centre as well in terms of its attractiveness. And so they're part of what we are doing here, and the legacy piece on the next stage is to look for a permanent place within the city centre, similar to what was spoken about by the Mayor this morning, you know, identifying a derelict site, as the case may be, where makers can go to studios, performance spaces and so on. And that will be a long-term project, really. But it's very important that, that we as a City Council recognise that, and that is recognised through the policies that we've influenced, which I'll talk about in a second as well. So, yeah, it's not something that's going to happen today or tomorrow, but I think this is the start of something very important for both that sector and for the City Council. So this is what the Pop-Up Festival of Creativity Stamp is about, I suppose. It was a public-facing example of mobilisation of this during the project time, you know, within the project. So it had to be of a scale and deliverable essentially. And this is why we had a very focused group of creatives. And there's definitely scope for broadening that, but this was important in terms of getting this off the ground as a pilot example of a festival, and not just the festival, but the grouping itself and the brand and the cluster. Again, this is something that was designed specifically by themselves. They put the program together, all the events were put together. It was a co-creation of the 4 groups themselves. And then it was assisted by us, obviously. We were looking at that festival, high visibility within the city centre, high visibility locations, popular locations, and again, we assisted essentially in the background with a bit of funding that was required and so on. 1 weekend, 11 venues, 55 events, very significant. Okay. So, apologies, yeah, okay. So, some examples here just of what happened. We had this creativity window in the city centre, very high profile location. It worked out fantastic, big displays, some lighting, some artistic lighting as well by night. Here are some of the events that we undertake. Again, the whole dereliction piece, we went onto a particular derelict site, which was being repurposed, and this is where a lot of the events took place in terms of the experiential piece where people engaged with the makers. Some of which we're just showing here again. So creativity by doing and engaging with the various makers on the site. More of same. So this only happened quite recently, so it's very fresh in our minds. We were very lucky, great weekend. And that wasn't the test site, that was in the direct site. This is in one of the marketplaces within the city where Cork Craft and Design mainly set up, and they demonstrated their wares, but a lot of sales took place as well, and there was a very successful event, and it was fantastic. Also from Sample's point of view, there was a lot of these arts packages, and there was a pilot project at engaging with the hotel sector, and so a lot of this was delivered within the hotels. That certainly is something that's going to be focused on the future, where that sector could potentially engage with the hospitality and tourism and hotel sector to deliver these packages. A lot of testimony, I won't go into too much detail. This is Shandon Art Studios as it happens, transformative for that particular company, new brand, new visibility. It's been fantastic for them, and they've learned from everybody and from within the organisation, which is a key objective of what we were trying to achieve. Again, some visitors, even from out of town, came. They were amazed by what was happening on all the engagement piece, how the children engaged, how the families engaged, and it was certainly very attractive, and they'd certainly be back again. There was a lot of demonstrations that went on, and this is one of the ceramicists, again, engaging with the public post-COVID, engaging with people again, knowing what they want, and again, similar to what we've heard earlier, engaging with the artists themselves, more business coming from back of that, lots of commissions coming forward as well. And there was a very good panel discussion held on the test site as well about the future of the sector by the people from the sector themselves, and there was a big focus on, as I understand it, on the whole pricing and how that works within the sector. So just coming back to the policy instrument piece, critical. I mean, this wouldn't have happened, and it's very important from a public perspective and a public policy perspective that these objectives get within the that we influence the policy instrument. And it was a challenge for us similarly around the operational programme. And so we focused on stuff that we could actually influence ourselves. And our creative strategy, we inserted specific clauses to improve the creative sector and to support the creative sector going forward. And that, again, is influencing Creative Ireland, who provided further funding for us for the project. And it's certainly going to influence City Council, who have included in their Cork City Revitalisation Plan and within their City Development Plan to focus on the delivery of a creative hub within the city centre, not in the immediate future, but certainly within the next few years. And I think people, through the demonstration of this particular pop festival, have indicated what the sector can achieve. So that's it. Thank you from Cork.
Thank you. And what I really caught the two words, proud collaboration. I think that's one of characteristics that we should actually to show it to everybody and to be really proud what they are doing. So now I will ask our colleagues from Hungary to present their action plan and their results of the project.
Okay, hello everyone. So I'm Sabina Pazurek, I'm from Hungary, Pécs, from the Chamber of Commerce Industry of Pécs, Baranya. And actually I was dropped in the middle of the project implementation right at the end of 2020 in the, well, second wave of COVID maybe. So yes, it was a very exciting time, and I think we still achieved very interesting and very promising results in this project. Just a few words about Baranya itself. It is one of the southest county in Hungary. There is over 22,000 SMEs right now in the county who are active, mostly from the service sector, by the way. And based on the previous actions that were presented us today, I also can tell you that the biggest achievement, the biggest advantages that these projects provided for SMEs, other local stakeholders, the institutions and the municipalities itself, that they could finally hear each other and really cooperate during these times. So the three actions that we finally developed and implemented during this project. The first one, development of creative tourism through facilitating cooperation between businesses and non-governmental organizations in the cultural and creative industries. Because cultural and creative industries in our region already quite embedded, quite significant and relevant, but the tourism related to it is not so comprehensive, not so strategized were previously. And the policy instrument that we addressed in this project, actually it was over 300 pages economic development strategy, and the tourism word only mentioned once. So it wasn't really a priority before. The second action, the OPART Festival, creating creative spaces for creative tourism. In this action, we were focusing actually a lot like in here in Czechia, that the unused spaces that municipalities are owned, how can be revitalized and how can be reused and actually be integrated in the cityscape in our region, how can be reused and be accessible for creative industry operators and other institutions. In our third actions, we were focusing the introduction, the visibility of the creative industry sector and all the different actors who can be involved based on the previous definition of cultural and creative industries. In the first action, we actually looked a little bit further than Pécs. Pécs is the seat of Baranya County, but we actually went to smaller municipalities in the region, and based on the talkings with the stakeholders, we realized that what is one of the most important things that most SMEs in the cultural and creative industries in our region at least lack most of the entrepreneurial skills and basic knowledge. How can they promote themselves? How can they be joined to the local value chains? And for that reason, we organized several workshops to improve their different skills and introduce them to the local stakeholders. How can they work together? How can they find the ways to actually build long-term relationships? Because in the previous times, what we observed and what we heard back from the stakeholders, that most of these cooperations between the different stakeholders, the businesses, the municipalities, the different cultural and creative institutions were very case by case, not long-term cooperations. So in order to create a bridge through them, we organized several events when they could showcase their own the local products, the local producers. They can learn different entrepreneurial skills, and they can network with each other. They can actually develop new programs, joint events, different programs that can live on further on. There were already existing smaller and bigger festivals and 1 or 2 day programs, but they were mostly local, like not really regional, not national. And we tried to figure out what kind of programs can be included, integrated in these already existing program festivals that can be interesting for a broader audience and maybe even not just locally, but regionally, nationally, even in abroad. And one of the significant aspects in tourism development in our region is wine. So the competition wine of Szigetvár was introduced in the region and integrated in the Zrínyi Days. It is usually a 2 or 3 day festival that was prolonged for over a week in last year, because as you can see in the picture below, in 2021, when we can again organize live events, it was a big interest for all the local peoples. And I think this is something that we can keep working on in the future. This is one of the programs that will annually be organized in every year, and hopefully more and more local SMEs, local producers will be showcased during these festivals. In the frame of the second action, we actually were able to organize several cultural creative events. And the most important thing was in this action that we were able to bring together all the different actors who previously knew about each other, but they didn't really work together. They didn't really organize together any kind of projects, events. And the new thing was that we were trying to redefine the museum as a space, as a cultural space, to a touristic location. And one of the main organizers, the Janus Pannonius Museum, who actually created this kind of op-art performance and combined the fashion show with different creative industry businesses, products and services. And unfortunately, because of the COVID, there only 50 people could attend actually the event itself. But hopefully, by showing all the local stakeholders that we can use other ways, I used to similar spaces, beyond the traditional senses, we can plan on another type of projects like this and other events where hopefully in the open space more attending can be can visit these kind of events, and we can involve even more local designers, creative industry actors in the area. It was also a bit longer cooperation, and another exhibition were able to be entered into this action, Space Motion Game, it's called. And in the same way, like the incorporation of creative objects, how can they be at the same time an exhibition item, a useful game for children, and how can a local creative business became artist, designer, competitive business in the area, and how can we raise their visibility? How can this kind of exhibition become traveling exhibitions, and how can they work together with different actors in the area, not necessarily presenting them only in museum spaces, but like in local shops, other public spaces. So it was a great success. It was very enjoyable. More of the younger target audience, but even the grown-ups started to play with the different games and exhibition items. In the third action, sorry. Okay, anyway, we reached other interesting things, and actually in the afternoon you will hear all about it from the representatives of the municipality of Pécs. who are working, still working on different actions and initiatives to make cultural creative industries and the tourism linked to them more visible and available in all SMEs in our region. So thank you for your attention.
Thank you very much. Yeah, I just quietly asked to respect the time as well. We can't miss the lunch. So next I will ask to continue the representative of Nicosia Tourism Board, Cyprus.
Thank you. Hello? Yeah. Hello, everybody. Thank you so much. It's my pleasure to be here today. My name is Aliki Varela. I'm an external expert representing the Nicosia Tourist Board today. It's my pleasure to be here. So, I'll go back. No, there is. Okay. So, dear Mr. Chairman of Chassis County Council, dear Mrs. Kristina Sintorenko, dear Ms. Sirava, dear Mr. Mayor of Nausa, dear Mr. Rokans, dear Mrs. Kuret and Mr. Vuyukas, dear partners, experts and guests, on behalf of the Nicosia Tourist Board, I would like to express my gratitude for the invitation at the final conference event of the CULT Create project, a project that has radically redefined the way we approach the cultural and creative tourist business, competitiveness, and efficiency of policy instruments. 4 years ago, when we started implementing the CULT Create project, accompanied by notable partners, one of the most dynamic sectors of the city was totally inactive and unexploited, the cultural and creative sector. During the implementation, we had the opportunity to visit and study cases of partner cities that have heavily invested in millions to create creative business, incubation, and acceleration services with outstanding results in tourist development, entrepreneurship, renewal, and revitalization of degraded regions, of large urban centers, and generally in the image and reputation of each destination. At the same time, at the European level, there was an amazing momentum that the creative sector has in the European Union, with the International Creative Economy Year and with the enormous impetus of the European Union, which through its policy and related support plans substantiated its position that the cultural and creative sector in Europe is one of the most important areas of entrepreneurship, with over 4% of annual growth rate, a contribution of more than 3% to European GDP, and an employability of more than 3% of all workers in the European Union, that is around 6.5 million workers. Following this, we mapped our cultural and creative assets, evaluate their competitiveness, and review the position they held in the sustainable urban development strategy of Nicosia. The municipality of Nicosia, during the previous programming period 2014-2021, presented the idea of creating business district in the heart of the city walls for boosting the competitiveness of the destination and regenerate the area. Nicosia Tourist Board committed to put all its efforts to communicate the concept of creative tourism and, on the other hand, to create supportive synergies. We organized relevant workshops on creative tourism, invited a number of European partners to the city for feedback. We organized workshops to provide useful tools to enhance the digital presence of the creative entrepreneurs, for enhancing the image and reputation of Nicosia, and we conducted research and mapping studies that demonstrated the huge potential of the city in human capital in the field, while detecting 230 creative entrepreneurs in the historic center of Nicosia. Through the experience we gained working with our CULT Create partners and external advisors, we sought to enrich but also to influence policy instrument, that of the Nicosia Integrated Spatial Development Strategy, with the aim of integrating actions that would invest in cultural creative enterprises and thus later on capitalize this experience and provide the necessary evidence to contribute to the amendment of the Cyprus operational plan. I could not explain this journey further. We will have a video, so I hope can.
Back in 2018, Nicosia Tourism Board participated in the Cult Create Interreg project with the mission of establishing sustainable and effective synergies between creative actors, public authorities and places for utilising skills, technological tools and knowledge, and aligned to the tourism needs and expectations to generate unique and meaningful cultural content and creative experiences. Following the momentum created by the Nicosia municipality and its flagship project of 2014 to 2021, that's of creating the capital's cultural creative business quarter in the walled city, turning the spotlight for Nicosia's urban sustainable development to the cultural and creative sector. Through a 2-year-long journey on CCI's policies, best practices, study visits and peer-to-peer review, Nicosia Tourism Board conducts an action plan to redeploy cultural creative industries to cultural creative tourism. The action plan was conducted on 3 key pillars: to improve government, to achieve a structural change and to create a new product. Based on its structural model as cluster and to give greater attention to the cultural creative sector, Nicosia Tourism Board creates a technical committee for the CCIs. Cultural creative entrepreneurs, museums, galleries, research institutions, public authorities and the local chamber get together for reviewing policies, make suggestions and activate stakeholders for keeping the spotlight turned up to the creative industries, and by this, achieving a structural change that could strengthen CCI's competitiveness in Cyprus. An outstanding example of that is the initiative of the Deputy Ministry of Tourism to publish a scheme for supporting creative workshops that invite visitors to engage in local traditions and create their own cultural product. Following that, Nicosia Tourism Board took the initiative to brand and promote local cultural creative industries through the Engage campaign, emphasising the local CCIs for developing CCT. In the end, our participation in the Cult Create project was of fundamental importance for sharing knowledge and vision that make a shift towards a more competitive and sustainable tourism sector.
Okay. So, as you will see here, it's an example of policy improvement achieved is the festivalization, a policy that has been introduced by the Nicosia Tourist Board and adopted by the Nicosia municipality. Here in the picture you will see the mayor and the president of the Nicosia Tourist Board, which seeks the funding and implementation of large-scale creative festivals that will enrich our tourist product and enhance local CCI's competitiveness. At this point, it should be mentioned that the Nicosia Pop-Up Festival achieved to be distinguished as a best practice with special reference to the Interreg Europe policy learning platform. Beyond that, the Nicosia Tourist Board, as an innovative cluster, fully understands the importance of creating synergies between critical productive forces of the city. For this reason, it has scheduled to immediately invite a wide range of cultural creative organizations with the aim of establishing a cluster that will aim of the development of cultural creative enterprises in the city. Of course, one of the most important legacies of the project is the study with the Creative Tourist Network and director Caroline Gouret. We will have a video shortly to show this. The process of completing the relevant application for the distinction of the Nicosia as creative-friendly destination was in itself a process of knowledge. Creative tourism is the next step foreseen in the tourism industry, since this form of tourism meets the modern requirements of the visitors. The active involvement in the process of producing the cultural product. Active participation in a cultural activity is a key matter, as this activity attracts attention, sparks interest, mobilizes aesthetics, and communicates cultural customs. For this reason, the Nicosia Tourist Board designed the Engage campaign with the aim of consistently promoting a number of places and activities that invite the visitor to engage creatively in the local culture. See, we have the second video. So the aim of the Engage campaign is to promote to the general public, both local and foreign visitors, our cultural and creative scene, which on the one hand will enrich the tourist product and on the other hand will strengthen the entrepreneurship in the historic center. So for this purpose, we undertook the design and distribution of a special map aimed exclusively at the cultural and creative part of the city. Also, with the aim of creating synergies, we proceeded to the preparation of special info stands with the aim of creative spaces to be marked as creative-friendly destinations, creating a thematic route within the city walls. And of course, our participation on the CULT project, CREATE project, has essentially increased our knowledge around the subject. So Nicosia Tourist Board has already scheduled the next step as the application of Nicosia in the Creative Cities Network of UNESCO. Lastly, I would like to thank every single partner that we have worked together. Their valuable feedbacks, peer reviews, and knowledge were vital for the Nicosia Tourist Board, and we are looking forward for similar initiatives. So thank you so much for your attention.
Thank you. And we are actually the lucky ones that could visit Nicosia for the study trip and the workshop. And it was very inspiring. And afterwards, we were thinking about some similar ideas as well. So thank you. Yeah. So next, I will ask our partners from Poland to present their results of the project.
Hello. I don't know if you can hear me now. Yes. Hello, everyone. We are really, really happy that we can see each other. We haven't seen about 2 years. We are really impressed of everything you've done in your action plans, your implementations. We treat our the project as a, let's say, an inspiration for the future, for our tasks in the future. So let's see what we try to do and what we've done. We managed to do 2 actions. The first one was the storytelling in building a creative product of the Piast route based on cooperation with SMEs and creative industries. You have to know that all of actions we wanted to do in the CULT CREATE, we wanted to do on this route. This route is one of the oldest historic routes in Poland, and it's part of it goes through our region. And the second part of the route goes through another region. But let's see what we wanted to and what we did. You have to know that we had a lot of problems because, of course, the COVID is one of them, but the time we realized that we have a little bit problems with people, and we wanted to collaborate with a lot of them, but maybe not all of them wanted to collaborate with us. Any case, we knew that if we say to them we have money, then they will come to us to collaborate. Also, this is and it was a time when we had to we started to write our documents, and the first document was we are still working on it. It's a cooperation. A document which contains all of these SMEs and the collaboration with them. What was very easy for us, and people who said that they are amazed with our ideas, was a department in Marshall office, and it is a department of digitalization, and so they they wrote a project, the model in a project in the European funds for Kujawy and Pomorze, so for Kujawsko-Pomorskie region. And this is strictly connected to our Cult Create project. And we will try to do, let's say, a creativity center for the route of Piastowski route. We started also a work on the strategic document entitled for the it's a strategy for the promotion and construction of tourist products in Kujawsko-Pomorskie region. So this is one of the politics we managed to change. So we started last year. There was a first meeting. With let's say it was a 4th regional tourism forum, and there were a lot of people from tourism industries and also SMEs, and we started to work on our strategy. The second meeting, let's say, it was this year, so in April. We had 2-day diagnosis workshops, and it was based, and the theme was a creative tourist, to create creative tourist products. And we hope to that all of this work will be written in the main document in our region for tourism. You have to know that also we will start storytelling workshops, and I think the name is great because it's called Let's Start from the Beginning, and the name is connected also with the historical route. So they will work on the storytelling and the products on the route. We also are going to do weekend on the Piastowski Trail. We started in June. It is a whole weekend, and in a lot of places there will be a lot of events. As you can see, 9 cities, 20 events, and we hope to collaborate with about 30 stakeholders. You can see here some proposals of events, and these events are going to be directly on the weekend, and some other new things on the route. As you can see, we will try to make a labyrinth. And the game will start about July. And the second action, building a partnership model of integrated management of the Piastowski Trail for increasing the competitiveness of SMEs and CCI in the Kujawsko-Pomorskie region. We had some problems with the plan. We did in the beginning, but we found another way to solve it out. And we collaborated with another people, and it's a new place. It's a cultural and history center called Pendulum. As you can see, this is a building, and we gave them the coordinate. They are new coordinators of the trail, and they are very young, energetic people who writes a lot of. They write documents and take funds from European Union for our events on the trail. Maybe some important things. We cooperate. These are all of their things they have to do for the trail, and we hope because this year they are the first year. Let's say they have the coordination, and we hope that they will manage to do a lot of good things to the trail. And we hope also, because we did in the beginning of the Cult Create, we've made a very important for us document, and it was the concept of the marketing for the whole trail, for the route, and we hope that they will take a lead, and that the concept will go into life in the next years. So that's all from Kujawsko-Pomorskie region. Thank you.
Thank you. Even though it's already 1 o'clock, but I will still suggest to finish with last two presentations. And the next presenter is actually calling from Dundee, Diane, because they couldn't be here. So, Dundee, do you hear us? Are you there?
Yes. Can you hear me?
Yes, perfectly. Thank you.
Okay. Let me just get that shared. So first of all, apologies for not being able to be with you today. There have been some challenges in terms of people in the team changing roles. So that is why we weren't able to send anybody, and we're really sorry that we are missing seeing everybody in Latvia again. Let me work out how to forward my screen. There we go. So I'm just going to give you a quick update as to where Dundee's got to with our action plan. We had 3 different actions that we identified in the action plan. The first one was about supporting the creative and cultural industries, so SME growth and establishing opportunities. So our actions, I'm just going to outline them here and give you some insight into what we've achieved. And then I've got some images of some of the better things that we've delivered on in the last year. So we identified the need to develop some workshops to support the creative industry sector so that they can engage with new audiences and customers and offer unique experiences for locals and visitors alike. So that was really about trying to let them know that the creative and cultural tourism market was open to them and that there would be real opportunities for them to grow their business and to sort of raise their profile with visitors. That would also help us as a city to offer a range of unique experiences to visitors and indeed to local people. So far we've managed to host one of the 3 workshops that we had intended. A second one was cancelled again due to COVID, and we had 17 participants at that first workshop. We'll hopefully have a new one post-summer, and the third one will be delivered before the end of November. We've also supported local cultural and creative industries through a range of ongoing micro-commissions. So partner organisations such as Creative Dundee and the UNESCO City of Design have secured funding to deliver a range of kind of creative projects, design-led activities across the city, and they've gone out to commission local designers, craftspeople and artists to deliver those. So that's seen local people engage in projects, that's seen sort of artwork and design commissions in vacant shop windows across the city, trying to enliven the city a little. And we've also got a new iteration of our 99 Things to See and Do in Dundee, so for 2022-23 in development. I think that was one of our kind of best practices that we shared with the project, but there hasn't been a new version of it for 2 years due to the pandemic. I think what will be interesting is to see how locals' views of the good things that there are in our city that they want to share with other people, see how they've changed. We've also been working to try and support cultural and creative industries work with new venues so that we get these collaborations between, say, the CCIs, and it could be hotels, hospitality venues, retailers and things. So, for example, we've seen So Confident, who are a local sewing project, an organisation that teach classes in how to sew. They hosted a sewing retreat in Malmaison, one of the hotels in Dundee, over a weekend in February. And that was a new connection and a new opportunity. Dundee's Cooking Academy is now open, and they also are linking to what's called the Howth Secret Supper Club. So there are real opportunities to come along and learn to cook, but also to eat the food. And we've seen pop-up shops, so local designers displaying and selling their goods in local shops such as Kist and Gallery 48. So that's a retail unit and a hospitality venue. So we've been working to try and encourage those collaborations and connections. And we continue to deliver Creative Concierge, which was one of the other best practices that we shared, where we see front of house staff from visitor accommodation, from retail, from hospitality venues coming together to learn about what's on offer in the city at any given period. In fact, we had the last Creative Concierge just last week, where V&A Dundee talked about their current exhibition and about events that they've got, like their Tail 8 event that's coming up. And also they all got a trip on our new open top bus. So this is just some images of some of the things that we've seen happening. So you'll see there's open calls we've had for developing pocket places in Stobswell. So we've been enlivening the streetscape in a local community. There's been a similar open call for inclusive design for immersive experiences. So how can we engage our games designers and our creative industries in developing immersive experiences for people and making sure that they're inclusive. We've had things like the Little Green Repair Cafe. So bring along your favourite jumper and learn how to repair it if it's got a hole in it. We've had an Easter sewing camp run by another sewing school. This one was specifically for children over the school holidays. And you'll see we've also had some workshops. So one of these was about developing inclusive and sustainable creative economies that was run by Creative Dundee. Our second action was taking insight from some of the partners in the project, particularly places like Cork and Nicosia, when it was all about enlivening the streets, about pop-up, and about a local project that we call Vacant to Vibrant, where we're trying to bring vacant retail and city centre spaces back into use through creative and cultural industries and tourism. So we've managed to have a number of pop-up events. We had Dundee's Winter Festival, which was a month-long event held in an open space that had a market that was a focus on Dundee design products, food. So that was hosted as well by Dundee Loves Local and UNESCO City of Design, and they had their own stall. We've got another event going on in the Keeler Centre, which is an old kind of underused shopping and market space called the Federation, and that's a big arts-based initiative that's taking place just now. Again, enlivening the streets, we've looked at events and activities, so talked about Dundee's Winter Festival, but the latest one that's coming along is our Summer Festival, our Summer Streets Festival, this year known as our Summer Bash Street Festival, in recognition of the fact that it's Scotland's Year of Storytelling, and they have funded part of this event along with the council, and it's giving a focus to Dundee's comic heritage. I don't know if people are aware, but the Beano is the longest running comic in the world and is created in Dundee. So we're really focusing on that. And again, we touched on Vacant to Vibrant. This is money that we've secured through Scotland City Centre Recovery Fund. We're looking to establish creative spaces in the city centre, and we're actually working with 3 or 4 organisations at the moment to try to achieve that. We've already supported an organisation called the Women's Business Station, who work with local female entrepreneurs, designers, creative practitioners, and we've helped to support them to develop a showcase and co-working space in a vacant unit in our local shopping centre. We're also working with Creative Dundee to look at establishing a co-working space within the city centre, and also with Neon Digital Arts Festival, who are looking to take over space within the Keeler Centre that I mentioned already on a longer term basis to deliver access to our creative and cultural industries for our locals and visitors alike. And we continue to work with UNESCO City of Design, so it was great to hear that Nicosia are also trying to sign up for the Creative Cities Network. We've set up a shopfront space for UNESCO. It's a 3-month project in the interim, but we're looking to try and make that a more permanent space so that people can come along and find out more about the City of Design, but also about our designers, so we can showcase their activities. So this is just to give you some insight into the things that we go on. That's the Love Local stand at the Winter Market, the pop-up shops in Kist with a number of designers, and also Gallery 48. The picture in the bottom left is Women's Business Station getting the keys for their vacant unit that they are now transforming. And you'll see that our shop space, this Our Street studio, co-designing Union Street, is the City of Design UNESCO space, and they are going to be up and running in the next week or 2, delivering a range of activities, engaging local people in co-designing what they would like Union Street, one of our our secondary shopping streets, to look like. And up there in the top corner, you see that our the House Secret Supper Club hosted a Harry Potter weekend, so they were using a Scottish author famous around the world to promote activities and food. And this is just to give you some insight into the Dundee Bash Streets Festival. That's Dennis the Menace and his dog Nasher. There's going to be a 5K run around the city centre for anybody that wants to dress up as Dennis the Menace. We've got a comic pop-up comic museum, and also a trail showing sort of the key sites of Dundee's comic heritage around the city. It's a 40-minute family-friendly interactive experience. And alongside that, over the 2 weeks of the programme, there'll be a host of street entertainment, craft events, and opportunities for people to engage with designers in places such as McManus and our local art gallery, and in a pop-up facility in City Square. And finally, governance was our third action. Really looking at our tourism action plan for the city, and we are currently working on the 2022 to 26 action plan. We've hosted the first workshop, which identifies the key themes for the new strategy, and there's a second workshop looking at how we take it forward in governance to come up. We're also working to see how CCIs can be engaged directly in the actions. So you see, for example, our actions are things like grow the value of visitors. So we want to use our unique attributes to attract visitors and encourage them to stay longer, and that includes encouraging the role of CCIs. We want to reduce seasonality, so we want to develop event-based activity during shoulder seasons, so in the autumn and the spring, and we really want to use CCIs to help us do that through things like the Winter Festival and Dundee's Design Festival. And I think that the only other one I'll touch on has been touched on by others, is about we want to develop our narrative, so the storytelling of the city, what makes us unique, so that we can tailor activities to our target audiences, and we are keen to engage our CCIs in that story as well going forward. An additional positive output of our participation in the Cult Create project has been that the findings or the initial activities of that project have been used to influence our regional tourism strategy, which covers a larger area than just the city itself. And they have identified a range of activities in their own action plan that were based on CCI and CCT. So we are looking about maximising the reach of promotional activities and sharing best practice and audience development saleable products by CCIs. We want to establish the region's reputation for creative tourism. So we're building on established events, the profile of iconic cultural venues, and the growing network of makers and creators across the region. And we're also there trying to encourage small and micro enterprises in the creative and cultural sector to engage with the tourism sector and visitors to strengthen their businesses and demonstrate our rich cultural tradition. So I think it's really positive that our participation in Cult Create has led to yet another strategy being influenced in this way. And the next steps for our own action plan I've touched on, we are looking to develop another workshop to sort of facilitate the process. We will work with Creative Dundee to develop a new creative industries plan for the city with a focus on CCIs and CCT. And we've continued our brand development of the city with a focus on Dundee's creative and cultural strengths. And these are just some of the images from our media, our Put Dundee on Your Map campaign for 2022. You'll see that they've got things like a focus on food and Dundee's food heritage, on concerts and events. And our cheek is still there. I really like the one that says top up that tan. Well, maybe Dundee being Scotland's sunniest city, but Scotland not being the sunniest country in the world. And finally, I think we'd like to thank everybody for allowing us to participate. And we're really sad that due to Brexit, we will no longer be able to participate in projects such as Cult Create going forward. But we are continuing to engage with the UNESCO's Creative Cities Network. So any of you that are involved, hopefully we will be able to keep in touch and continue to engage. And interestingly, our neighbouring city in the region, Perth, which is only 20 miles up the road, has in the last round just been designated as a UNESCO City of Craft. So we're really looking forward to working with them to build on the learning and engagement that the network can offer as we go forward. And also just to highlight that Scotland has created, I think, the first in the world, Scotland UNESCO Trail that provides a link for the 13 UNESCO sites across Scotland. That's World Heritage, Creative Cities, Biospheres and Geoparks, that allows visitors to the country to take a tour guided by our UNESCO status. So thanks again, everybody, and I will try and stop sharing now.
Thank you. And also, I want to thank you because you gave us the idea to create very interesting workshop online during the COVID, because we needed to go to Dundee, but we couldn't. But you sent the package that we could be part of the workshops, and afterwards we actually steal this idea, and we did it also in Vidzemes prior the tourism conference. We just sent out the packages that everybody could join the lovely tasting and lovely candle making online. So that was a good idea. Thank you for that. And the last but not least, as always we say, there is now some municipality from the Greece, and I hope you will stick to the 10 minutes.
So a big hello from our part. It's good to see you again. 2 years that COVID didn't allow us to communicate each other. So from our part, I will present the results of our Cult Create action plans. NAUSA's action plan aims at improving pillars 1 and 2 of the master plan, which concern employability and SMEs competitiveness on the one hand, and cultural heritage and tourism development on the other. In this current document, there are no references to creative industries and creative tourism. The results of the implementation of the action plan, as well as policy recommendations, will regard to CCI's SMEs development, competitiveness, improvement and development of CCT will be integrated in the municipality's master plan, which is on the way. Moreover, the action plan will be reinforced with activities to encourage CC SMEs to invest in digital products, multimedia, and R&D in order to become more competitive, to approach foreign markets, as well as to attract visitors by introducing digital co-creative activities and services. The municipality's action plan has been finalized since March 2021 and set in force since April. It includes in total 3 actions. The first action is a new project set in place. It concerns the establishment of Naousa as the city of wine and gastronomy with local CCIs, SMEs, and as main actors for cultural and creative tourism development. That is achieved through the establishment of an annual festival named Grape Harvesting Week, under the aim of strengthening the creation, production, and dissemination of co-creative gastronomy activities, products, and services. Second action concerns the development of a CCI networking digital platform named LostNet. That platform provides a digital space for the CCIs to collaborate, networking, and jointly promote Naousa's tourism product, thus targeting improved governance through the enhancement of synergies and networking. The third action includes the collaboration of the municipality with the Digital Transformation and Digital Skills Center of Thessaloniki to integrate innovative measures for CCIs and CCT into the municipality's master plan and thus apply a structural change. So the screenshots of the photos, the most of you, it's all seems so Greek. So the first action concerns the establishment of Naousa as the city of wine and gastronomy, with local CCIs, SMEs as main actors from cultural and creative tourist development. That is achieved through the establishment of the annual festival that took place for the first time in September 2021, despite COVID restrictions, strengthening the creation, production, and dissemination of co-creative gastronomy activities, products, and services. Within this framework, approximately 500 bottles of wine have been immersed in our river. That was an innovative experiment carried out for first time in Greece. This is a research through which we will see how our wine ages in fresh and flowing water at specific temperatures. That bottles will be monitored annually by enologists until they age in these conditions for about 10 years. Municipality of Naousa implemented for first time the Grape Harvesting Week, as I said first, aiming in motivating Naousa's CC SMEs of the wine and gastronomy sector to jointly participate in the promotion of Naousa as a wine and gastronomy tourism destination. Local CC SMEs organized their own events inspired by Naousa's wine tradition. Municipality, through the Department of Culture, coordinated the event, being responsible for the coordination of the CC SMEs and the promotion of their products, services, and offers during the period of festivities. The main aim of the activity is to increase the local CC SMEs' competitiveness by establishing an event that will give them the opportunity to make their products and services popular to the local population and visitors and tourists as well. The activity was based on the cooperation between the municipality and Naousa stakeholders as Naousa Wine Producers Association, Food and Beverage Service Association, the Imathia District Hotels Association, and the Gastronomic Community of Naousa, and local workshops. An events itinerary was created and finalized with the contribution of the local stakeholders group, and the activities can be divided to categories with regard to the stakeholder primarily involved. So, as activities by the wineries, by the SMEs of food and beverage services, accommodation establishment, and activities organized by our municipality. The event was officially established as an annual event in the Department of Culture Events calendar. The participation of the Vice Mayor of Culture and the Culcreate meetings ensured the inclusion of an event in the municipality's master plan. second action have been also completed with the development of a digital platform for strengthening the competitiveness of NAUSA CCSMEs. That platform provides functionalities, modules, and digital information as a tool to the local stakeholders and the municipality to strengthen their connection with collective organizations such as chambers of commerce and tourism agent associations, and therefore with visitor or tourists and residents. Businesses can enroll to the platform and have direct access to it and provide information, publish newsletter, videos, and other information. The platform provides tools to the SMEs, such as cloud services, cloud GIS infrastructure, and digital mapping, which allow the promotion of the CCI's local businesses and products. Some additional screenshots from the platform, which contain information regarding what we do, where to stay, where to eat, where to go, general information, and the calendar with current activities. The municipality is in the process of finalizing the master plan from the period 21-25. In this context, the municipality initiated a collaboration with the Digital Transformation and Digital Skills Center in Thessaloniki to integrate the digital agenda for CCIs and CCT into the municipality strategy, encouraging CC SMEs to invest in digital products, multimedia, and R&D. So what can we do? That thing, exchange of know-how with the project partners that led to the creation of an action plan valorizing the region's CCI's heritage and CCT. The initiation of the Festival of Grape Harvesting Week with an important number of stakeholders involved and a significant number of visitors. Creation of the platform, several SMEs registered to the network. Initiation of several information, including local hotels, wineries, things to do, etc., in the platform LastNet. Several measures regarding digital innovation integrated at the municipality's master plan. And last but not least, we would like to highlight that NAUSA gained the third ECTN award in the category Cultural and Creative Industries, Contribution to Cultural and Creative Tourist Development during the annual ECTN conference that took place in Athens, in Greece, on October 21st in 21 last year. So closing, I would like to thank you everybody, all the partners, all the organizers, the VTA Association, exceptionally Eva, Raitis, Alize, Yanis, and all you who had the chance to communicate after 2 years. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Thanks all the partners and all the presentations. I think they were very good, and I know that it's very hard to wrap up 4 years job just in 10 minutes. But now we have finalized this session, so I welcome all of you to lunch. And let's get back here 2:30.
Siamo un gruppo di guide turistiche abilitate della città di Padova e da alcuni anni siamo afferenti ad un'associazione, Associazione Tartini 2020, che è stata istituita in seguito ad un progetto avente lo scopo di promuovere la figura del musicista Giuseppe Tartini. Non solo musicista, anche bravo compositore, acclamato maestro delle nazioni, quindi una figura molto complessa che sembrava veramente doveroso in Padova promuovere. Questa è la ragione per la quale è stata proprio costituita questa associazione con anche guide turistiche per riuscire a promuovere degli itinerari turistici in grado di far arrivare, far giungere anche ai nostri turisti sia locali che diciamo non il messaggio legato alla musica del Settecento portata da Giuseppe Tartini. Inoltre in questo progetto si vuole promuovere la musica in generale a Padova, ovvero far capire quanto la musica sia stata presente da sempre nella nostra città, coinvolgendo pertanto in un itinerario anche figure altre come Bartolomeo Cristofori e anche figure di musicisti presenti in città, magari brevemente, come ad esempio la figura di Mozart.
Anche grazie alla partnership e alla collaborazione con Etifor e con il progetto Cult Create, con il Festival Cristofori abbiamo iniziato dal 2020 soprattutto a organizzare qualcosa anche di più, che andasse oltre al semplice, per così dire, concerto, ma che andasse a unire ad esempio una visita guidata o un'occasione enogastronomica o anche semplicemente un appuntamento in seconda serata, che dunque potessero offrire dei prodotti aggiuntivi rispetto al concerto e garantire un'offerta più completa di turismo musicale a Padova.
Abbiamo una programmazione futura come Associazione Tartini 2020 che è legato anche all'Urspicta, e dopo la vittoria della candidatura UNESCO è bello, diciamo, legare anche a questi monumenti così importanti le musiche che venivano poi suonate all'interno. Padova è una città pervasa dalla musica, questo da sempre. È stata meta di una sorta di grand tour musicale. I visitatori di tutta Europa sono giunti a Padova per ascoltare il grande Tartini e ora esiste una sorta di nuovo Grand Tour. Padova può riproporre questa sua identità di città musicale, riproponendo questa sua tradizione, e questo è lo scopo del Padova Music Tour.
Che cos'è Padova Music Tour? È un tour che cerca di mettere al centro la musica a seconda di tutti quelli che sono stati i secoli in cui Padova è stata protagonista ed ha avuto passaggi e incursioni, ma anche presenze che hanno parlato di musica. Il tour parte dalla Fontana di Prato della Valle, si sofferma sulla statua dedicata a Tartini, arriva alla Basilica del Santo, fino a toccare anche la chiesa di Santa Maria dei Servi ed avere come ultimo punto un arrivo in cattedrale, nella zona del Duomo, che è stata sotto diversi aspetti un luogo che ha accolto sia la figura di Tartini, ad esempio, sia quella di Bartolomeo Cristofori, nato proprio nella zona. Questo è un po' il riassunto di quello che noi pensiamo di poter iniziare attraverso il progetto Cult Create a portare alla nostra città.
Okay, good afternoon. Welcome back. Is it on? So what we will do this afternoon, we hope to have a more interactive session for about an hour or 45 minutes to go through some of the synergies that exist. Sorry, I have echo from my... I suppose I have to switch it off. Okay, we have identified synergies during the 4 years and recently that are very important to capitalize the results, for the capitalization of the results and the legacy of the project in the future. So I had showed this morning the main synergies that can be exploited. Some of them come from Interreg, some come from other initiatives of the European Union or international organizations such as UNESCO and WTO, World Tourism Organization. So the first port of call was our previous project, Krista, which some of you were involved as well, which was on cultural heritage also being a fundamental item in the cultural creative industries. And there we had interpretation, intangible heritage, industrial heritage, heritage interpretation facilities, including digital, which goes more towards the CCIs, and also digitization, innovation digitalization, which is fully addressing the CCIs. And some good practices were there, so in the process of developing the action plans and the exchange of experience, this was also used as a source, and all the good practices, some 20 good practices are there, based on cultural heritage and particularly intangible heritage, industrial heritage, interpretation, and innovation digitization. Maybe later we can hear something more about the digital part of Krista that was developed particularly from Vidzemes Tūrisma asociācija here in Latvia 4 years ago. But the Interreg Europe program had another mini call, restricted call for projects that had been completed during the pandemic or just before the pandemic, because Krista was completed in March 2020, just before the pandemic started. Therefore, it was not influenced by the pandemic. So Interreg Europe had another call, restricted call for existing projects or recently completed projects at the time that could continue for another year or and a half or so to address the issue of the impact of the COVID-19 pandemic in terms of impacts in the particular sector. So we applied for this and we were given the extension, and now this extended project is running, particularly on smart solutions for addressing or reinnovating, reinventing, regenerating the European tourism sector through cultural heritage and digitalization. And this is directly related to CCIs. And of course, creative tourism can be also developed around digital products and services. So that's about Krista, and maybe later we can revisit if we have time. Another big synergy that was actually started just during our project in 2018, or at the beginning of our project, 2018, is the initiative by the European Commission, DG GROW, the Director General for Growth and Businesses, including SMEs, which is the Smart Tourism Capital. In the beginning, this was what they call an action préparatoire, preparatory action by the Parliament. The Parliament actually requested this. The Parliament, the European Parliament, requested the European Commission to introduce a preparatory action to establish an annual award for smart tourism capital. Like we have European Capital of Culture, since 2019 there is also a European Capital of Smart Tourism. And one of the priorities is creativity. As you see, is accessibility, sustainability, digitalization. Digitalization very strong, of course, because of smart solutions. Cultural heritage and creativity together is the fourth category, and creativity is very strongly evaluated as part of a smart tourism destination. In terms of the cities that are involved here, we believe Padova, Cork, Pets, Nicosia, and Riga in Latvia, because there is no other suitable city in Latvia, can apply. For next year, the deadline is next week, 1st of June, but it's every year the call. There are 2 capitals every year that are awarded. There is a finalists of 7 now. It used to be 10, now there's finalists of 7, and these 7 finalists are invited to go to Brussels and present their case, and 2 of these 7 are awarded the title for the year, and the Commission provides visibility in exhibitions. They actually build a statue as well to commemorate the fact that this particular city has been selected as Smart Capital of Tourism in that particular year. And there is a lot of competition. It's not an easy thing to develop the application. It needs some work. But we believe it's a good opportunity to exploit the creativity aspects in tourism for cities to come forward. At the moment, the condition is that only cities over 100,000 population can apply. That means that a lot of cities are not eligible. Like in Latvia, there's no city, I believe, only Riga is above 100,000. But in countries of less than 1 million, like Cyprus, any city can apply. So cities in Cyprus are more, in that respect, more fortunate that they can apply even with under 100,000. The next synergy we had, out of the blue, that was not expected, the United Nations General Assembly had declared 2021, which was last year and our final year of operation in phase 1 and transition to phase 2, but last year was declared as International Year of Creative Economy for Sustainable Development. And in the United Nations resolution, it actually mentions explicitly through the promotion of culture and creative industries for sustainable tourism. So this is recognized without us knowing about it when we started. It was good to see that something we started in 2018, the United Nations General Assembly recognized in 2020 and had this year as special year, International Year of Creative Economy for Sustainable Development, including sustainable tourism. And performing arts and heritage conservation activities, amongst others, are itemized, mentioned. But of course, the year was suffered because of the pandemic. There were not many events taking place as usually. The report is still in progress. We have no final results of the year published. It was not driven by UNESCO. UNESCO was participating, of course, but it was driven by the United Nations Conference on Trade and Development, UNCTAD. It was more from the economy side rather than the cultural side. The other big synergy we have, and still this is still active, is the United Nations Sustainable Development Goals for 2030. I suppose some of you or most of you will be familiar with these 17 Sustainable Development Goals. They were published in 2016. European Commission has actually adopted these in a communication that came out in the same year. And out of these 17, the United Nations World Tourism Organization believes that all of them have something to do with tourism. As you say, the tourism is in the middle of all of them, all of the 17. And there's a platform, Tourism for SDGs, to which we as Cult Create Interreg Europe project have contributed, and it's actually in the database of the Sustainable Development Goals of Tourism WTO. In particular, 4, and we have reported this in the progress report number 5 last year, as under other developments, other achievements, section 2.3 of the report, for those that know, which is to all the partners committed to support the Sustainable Development Goals in general, but also in particular these 4 that we mentioned here: no poverty, sustainable cities and communities, decent work and economic growth, and the partnerships for goals, the last one, which embraces everything. Those 4, why those 4 have been selected? This is the text, actually it's not by us, this is the WTO explanation why from poverty is small businesses can contribute to no poverty, value chains and tourism positive socioeconomic impacts under decent work and economic growth, promote regeneration and preserve cultural natural heritage under sustainable cities and communities, and under the 17 SDG 17, which is the partnership for goals, is to strengthen public-private partnerships, what I mentioned this morning, and engage multiple stakeholders, international, national, regional, local, to work together to achieve the SDGs and other common good goals for public policy innovative financing. So this is our interaction with the Sustainable Development Goals, and this is going on until 2030. And most cities now and local governments and other institutions are committing themselves to develop, to follow or to deliver something by 2030 related to the Sustainable Development Goals. This is worldwide. Okay, the next one, or one of the synergies that came during the project, actually during the pandemic, in May 2020, Europa Nostra, which is the umbrella organization of all the cultural organizations in Europe, some 200 members throughout Europe, European Union and other countries, and the European Heritage Alliance, which is some 50 organizations that work on cultural heritage in Europe, ECTN, advisory partner in this project, being a founding member of this alliance, and the only member that had a tourism mandate at the time. Now there are others, like the European Travel Commission and Nextur. All these 50 organizations accepted this Europe Day Manifesto. It was called also the Europe Day Manifesto because it was launched on the 9th of May 2020, when the first pandemic lockdowns were actually happening, and people looked as a way out to do something to overcome these hard times. So, yes, it was issued to seize the pandemic crisis, to put culture and heritage where they belong, in the very heart of European policy and Europe's revival, post-pandemic revival. It has 6 priorities. Under the 2 of these, being Europe and digitally transform Europe, there is references to creativity, inclusivity and creativity. And one of the 6 targets is experience in Europe, which is more closely related to what we do in cultural or creative tourism, in terms of recovering from the crisis by using as an opportunity, turning the crisis into an opportunity. I think this is easy to say, but of course hard to deliver. To promote more innovative and sustainable forms of tourism, including cultural, creative tourism, we say. This is our addition. In doing so, we will deliver lasting benefits for public and private owners of heritage sites and the communities, including SMEs, that surround them, generating higher quality experiences and greater enjoyment of visitors, which is our target as cultural tourism practitioners. Another synergy that was mentioned in the case of Nicosia and Dundee is the UNESCO Creative Cities Network, which has been established sometime, I think 20 years ago. And every year, every other year, not every year, every other year, there is a call for cities to apply and get this award. It's not even an award. It's like a certification process. It's not easy. It's very hard, in fact, to prove that they are a creative city in that network of cities worldwide. There are 7 creative fields: crafts and folk art, which we have here, you heard in the action plans; design, actually Dundee is a city of design in the Creative Cities Network of UNESCO; film, gastronomy, literature, media arts, and music. And we had music in Veneto as one of the actions. The next call will be in 2013, and we believe, we heard that Nicosia will be applying. As a result of this project, we'll be ready to apply the first time from Cyprus, because Cyprus has not even one city in this network. Greece did not have a city in this network. Thessaloniki now, the second city in Greece, is awarded the title under gastronomy last year. I mean, yes, 2021 call, which was announced recently. This is for cities to acknowledge their commitment to sharing best practices, develop partnerships that promote creativity and the culture industries, strengthening participation in cultural life and integrating culture in urban development plans. There's no funding for this. The cities have to fund the preparation costs and everything. But the cities get benefit in terms of visibility and recognition, which is a lot of benefit in that, as we've heard from Dundee. Now, we believe that cities will be more able to apply for this. As a result of this project, they'll have more strength and more background material to help them in their application. Actually, NASA was interested to apply last year for the gastronomy, wine and gastronomy, wine being part of the gastronomy. However, this, I should explain, that this is not for any city to apply directly to UNESCO. You have to go through your national Ministry of Culture. In the Ministry of Culture, every member state of UNESCO can put forward one city every year. So the national powers decided that Thessaloniki should be the city, not Nausa, and Thessaloniki got the award, but maybe in 2 years' time there's an opportunity for other cities to come forward. And there's no restriction about the city size or anything like that. It's just that you have to go through the national authority for UNESCO, which is usually the Ministry of Culture, and they have to decide which city represents the country in that particular year, and which particular field as well. Finally, and this is actually I would like to have more discussion if we can, because this is something very recent. This is the transition pathway to tourism that came out this February. It was not a surprising development, because the Commission, during the pandemic in 2021, early 2021, published their view, their policy orientations towards recovering European tourism or relaunching European tourism after the pandemic, whenever that would happen. And as a result of that, there was this proposal to produce a pathway for destinations, stakeholders, interested parties, anybody involved in travel, tourism, hospitality, catering industry, creative industries also, to have a pathway how to achieve this very desired regeneration, relaunching of European tourism. And in that document, which you can download, and I have here in PDF, you can download from DG Grow website, European Commission. It gives the general characteristics. It's a result of stakeholder consultation. First, there was a stakeholder consultation. Any organization could submit views and so on. And then as a result of this consultation, open consultation, they published this pathway. In my view, this is the strongest policy document that comes out of the European Commission Tourism Unit for years, because usually there have been others, very well-written documents, but they tend to be like a wish list without any target how to achieve something. This has a procedure now, an established procedure, how to achieve the targets, and the stakeholders can actually submit ideas how to achieve targets. And they actually ask, the Commission asks stakeholders to pledge their commitment and what can they achieve by 2030. Then there will be a permanent platform at the end of this year as a result of all this. There will be a platform which will be ongoing. And there will be monitoring of these achievements or not, as the case might be. One particular strong item that appears again and again in the document is some smart and sustainable tourism strategies, including climate mitigation and other things that we're not dealing here, but for tourism are very important. There's 60, but what we're dealing here, 60 references to culture in the document, 6 references to creative, including creative industries. Tourism is seen as an industrial ecosystem in one particular chapter, where creative arts and entertainment activities, libraries, archives, museums, and other cultural activities, gambling and betting activities. I don't know if that counts also as a creative. But under smart and sustainable tourism, it's explicitly stated to support SMEs, which is what we're doing here, and cultural and creative industries, in their key role in the tourism ecosystem in terms of technical assistance and the funding needed to meet the objectives of the strategy. I mean, I couldn't expect something better than this coming from European institution when we've been working on this field ourselves for 3 years before. Some like prophecy, maybe. In terms of other references, under collaborative government of tourist destinations, there is specific reference, stakeholder involvement, local producers and services, cultural creative sectors and industries, local authorities, tourism management organizations, local associations and residents. Visitors should also be able to provide their input, which could help improve the visitor experience, not only give the visitor what we think the visitor needs, but also involving the visitor to tell us what they would like to have in order to improve the experience through creativity, in our case. And there are 27 topics proposed with justification and description. One of them, on technical implementation for the tourist data space, stakeholders to implement a preparatory action for tourism data space. It's actually mentioned there should be a greater role in the cultural and creative industries dominated by SMEs. So this is recognized that culture and creative industry is dominated by SMEs, as they can be involved in creating new markets and sustainability, exactly what we're trying to do. So there's additional help there, if you like, coming from the European institutions, in this particular case, that can help us to move forward and be very confident that the results that we heard this morning can actually be transformed into policy initiatives that can be fully in line with what is expected at pan-European level. And presumably at some point there will be European funding behind this, because all the what we've heard about the recovery and resilience plans and the next generation EU and the new cohesion policy, all this will be also closely aligned with the tourism pathway for this particular sector. And therefore, destination authorities that represent also creative tourism and creative industries can be confident that if they go forward in whatever funding mechanism, they will find a very welcoming ear in terms of what is strong policy now for the next 7 years. Another, and this is the last one, another synergy is a project in the Horizon program, Horizon 2020, the previous Horizon program, that's finishing in 2 years, which is on cooperation between museums and heritage sites, including European heritage label sites and European cultural roots. We heard this morning from the representative from the Ministry of Culture of Latvia that how cultural roots, European cultural roots, can be a strong resource for developing cultural creative tourism around cultural creative industries as well, small, medium enterprises. This project that ECTN is a partner together with universities and cultural organizations and museums, like Museum of Graz and Museum of Cycladic Art in Athens, and the Bank of Cyprus Cultural Foundation, which runs 2 museums in Nicosia. What ECTN has done so far is to produce guidelines for sustainable cultural heritage management, including related creativity for, in particular, creative tourism and cultural creative tourism, and the response to COVID-19 pandemic by cultural tourism destination, where all the ECTN destination members, some 20 destination members, including Cork, Dundee, Vidzemes, Nicosia, Pets, they also provided feedback, and the results will be published soon on how the destination, what the destinations need in order to relaunch their tourism facilities. Now the pandemic seems to be over, or at least for next year, if not for this year. And finally, we have to produce, as ECTN has to produce guidelines for some smart tourism applications. This is explicit now. Smart tourism, as we've heard also, is becoming now the new sustainability, is the smart tourism. And people talk about smart and sustainable tourism, and therefore also bringing the digitalization, which is SME related, CCI related, to develop guidelines to develop smart tourism application, because now there is a proliferation of apps, you know. If you go to a place and you can download 20 different apps, and sometimes there is overlaps, sometimes there is conflicting information. The idea is that destinations should be proactive in developing smart apps for the visitor that give you exactly what the visitor needs in a very good way, without the visitor having to search 20 different apps to find out what they expect. So the outputs of this is focus groups that have been held, professional and visitor surveys that have been held and published. Now it's a toolkit. They presented a toolkit that the universities, a digital hub will be there in the future, where museums and heritage sites and stakeholders and destinations can actually share information in digital form. There will be traveling exhibition between the 3 museums, and as a result of this, it's expected that this consortium will be able to advise not the Commission, but the research agency, executive agency, and the Commission DG for research in terms of what is required for the next program, the Horizon Europe, that starting already. But it could run for 7 years. So there is opportunities to inform these new programs, multi-million euro programs, as they move along, because the changes are very rapid. What we had 5 years ago now is obsolete or almost. New things are coming all the time. Therefore, as a result of this, the idea is to influence the forthcoming calls of Horizon Europe to bring the latest state-of-the-art and beyond the state-of-the-art applications into the fore. I mentioned this morning, how the UNWTO definition for cultural tourism recognizes the arts and architecture, cultural heritage, culinary heritage, gastronomy, literature, music, as we've heard in Veneto, creative industries, as part of the cultural tourism definition for living cultures with their lifestyles, value systems, beliefs, and traditions. So that's all for now for me. If you have any question on any particular of this policy developments, synergies, we can go through now, or you can write to me, send me an email The idea is that partners that have been involved now at the end of their action plans, they can see how they can capitalize their results in terms of new developments that cost nothing, because to apply for any of these things, it's only staff cost. There's no funding either, except Interreg Europe and Horizon and all the others, but for the smart capital, for the creative cities network, for the transition pathway, you get no funding, but you get recognition. The Commission will publish, for the transition pathway, the Commission will publish at the end of this year the list of organizations that support the pathway. Therefore, in that respect, your organization can get some kind of recognition that is committing itself to sustainability and pledges some real actions towards the targets, the 27 targets that are set in the tourism pathway document. Okay, thank you. And if there is anything I can answer now, or we can discuss later, or any way people want. And of course, some of these ideas and whatever the pathway says in the Europe Day Manifesto and the Sustainable Development Goals can be built into new projects that can be submitted, applications that can be submitted. Interreg Europe is the obvious one, not now because it's next week, but for the next call. But there are many calls coming out, Creative Europe, COSME, Interreg, other Interreg, regional Interreg programs, and the national programs of the new ERDF, the new ERDF ROPs that are now under approval by the Commission services. They will start very soon, and there's multi-million budgets available, and it's up to us as tourism sector, and particular cultural, creative tourism initiatives to claim this funding in developing local regional projects for the visitors, but also for the residents, because at the end of the day, the residents benefit from the tourism investments. So thank you.
Thank you very much, everyone, for the very long and inspiring presentations. And the next part of discussion we would like to make more interactive, so to give you opportunity to express the views on the future possible developments of culture and creative tourism initiatives. We have seen many great examples here from Latvia, from other partner destinations. Even here, CESIS applied for a culture capital. Now it could be the creative capital of Latvia, or an official creative capital of Latvia. Why not do it like a creative capital of Europe? There is also such a possibility. There are many other things we can propose, and we can also establish. So it all starts from a good idea. So I would like to ask here to the front the elected representatives of your organizations. So I could start with Latvia, Evija. Nagle is, yeah, please come here. Then Mr. Mayor from Nausa, yes, please, if you could. Yeah, that's also then Simus, maybe from. Mm-hmm. Okay, online. Okay, thanks. So from the other partners, Mara, yeah. And then from Hungary, somebody also could join. Poland. Just as an informal discussion to see, like, yeah, thank you, Alisa. So yeah, the main objective would be for us to like share on or reflect what has happened during the CultCreate project. We know that stakeholders are very, very important for us. That's what we always try to do here in Latvia. We always take a lot of people with us wherever we go, because we feel it's not just enough that we represent organization, we go ourselves, and it's always better to see one time, to gain inspiration, to transfer the good practices, and share experience between the different regions. So yeah, Evija, the floor is yours. You have been very actively involved in the project, starting as a representative of Kuocēni municipality, and now the head of Valmiera Greater Municipality Development Department.
Second grader.
Second grader.
Yeah, hello everyone. Yeah, it's the first. I would like to express a great pleasure for opportunity to be a part of this project and to be involved here. And this is a very great honor for us. And the first, what I would like to say is that the benefit that we give from this project is that we understand how important is to give this site a dynamic and activities, because the one thing is to respect not to give the respect for historical old values, and but it doesn't work that if their daily isn't the dynamic and creativity. And that we should, and that we did in this project, that we give for our sites, for our historical place, for our craftsmen. It's that spirit daily, and that we can involve them to our tourism offers, and to give them to be a part for our lives, and that gives to our place the activities and the economical opportunity to develop our municipalities and our place.
Thank you very much, Evija. And Valmiera city was also one of the 3 finalists for European Capital of Culture. So that's also like, and I heard
there were different
just
one point.
Yeah.
From the capital city of culture to 2027. Mm-hmm. Yeah, but that we give the large experience, and we have a very excited project about the dynamical and about the opportunity to have a look from the other side, to come out of our frame, that we daily feel like free in our place, but to have a look in different ways, and that is the most important thing that we received from all this process. And there is the very excited program for us, and then very hard job forward, and we're looking forward to receive all goals that we mentioned for us.
Yeah. Thank you, Evija. So Mara, if you could share your story.
I think it's on. Okay, it works. So thank you. Hello, everybody, and thank you to invite us to this meeting, to this 3 days meeting. As Veneto region, I'm representing the culture department. We are involved in the management of the whole culture sector in Veneto. That means cultural heritage as well as performing arts and cultural and creative industries. We have been involved since the beginning of the project from our colleague of Russell department. And it was a pleasure because we are really glad to take part also as stakeholder in this kind of project. We can't manage all the project referring with cultural sector in general, but we are really interested in being informed and participate in this phase of debate. We find that the involvement of stakeholder is a fundamental part of this project because it helps us as a policymaker to define our policies. My colleague from Brussels department this morning explained how tourism department, our colleagues, can work on the future programming period starting from the experience of Culture Create. We are doing the same because we need these practical activities. The free pilot action implemented in our area had been fundamental. So these kind of projects are really important to collect concrete experiences, but also to speak with our territory. So we are really glad to be here. I would like also to thank Manos for his speech. I don't know where he is, okay, because he gave us a lot of information, a lot of opportunities that are coming. Someone have been already started, some other are coming for the future development of this project. For what it concerns my body, we are working a lot on this framework by using ERDF fund at the local level, by participating in European projects, taking part. We are creating a new European cultural route because we are absolutely in line with what Manu said before, starting from culture, where we will be able to create a lot of relation. We are creating an economic network, we are creating businesses, we are creating educational networks. So we are working in a frame, the cultural framework, that is really useful for the relaunch of economy. So the results that we see this morning regarding Cult Create can give us a lot of ideas of how to implement also at local level this kind of policy.
Thank you very much. Yes, please, floor is yours, your reflections on the project.
It seems funny because it's the end, but it seems like the beginning of new things. So we are closing, but what I hear here and what we feel as a team and as a project is that we are just starting again. I don't know, it's because all of the things that we did, they really opened our appetite for creativity, for cooperation, for creation, and for future plans. And it feels really nice to be in this group of people, in this team, and every time in every presentation there was, because we started the project, I was there in Nicosia for the first time, and every time, and even in the online meetings, every time I was hearing the other people talking, every time there were new ideas coming, and I was feeling it so enriching as a process. So yesterday we were talking with Mr. Vukas, and we talked about our inertia in taking part in the Intervitis project. So today we say we are going to become members. So, and this is a commitment, I say it officially, on the part of the mayor, because we talked with him. So it's going to become a fact. And I believe it feels like a good step forward. And we also are part of the ECTN. It was, all these prizes and applications for awards, it's really also an enriching process. Even though they don't give us like something directly, it's becoming really inspiring to continue. So I'm here today and I say I hope to continue with most of you, and here is a great place. Thank you for your hospitality. Everything is excellent. Thank you very much. I will not take much time for that, but I really hope to go forward and take part in new projects, the European ones, in a new Interreg maybe, and to keep on going. And one more thing I would really want to say, that was a really creative process to come together with the stakeholders of the region. Because although at the policy-making level, sometimes there is a gap between the people that policies concern and the policy making. So this eDirect project really gave us this chance to come together, to have the meetings, talk with the stakeholders, and really, okay, it's a long process. It takes time. It's not easy to give outputs directly. And of course, COVID period was an obstacle in all this process, but it's very creative and very worth doing this exchange of views, opinions, and having these close relationships with stakeholders to involve them in the policy making and making something good. It really enriches everybody and the city and the areas. Thank you very much.
Yeah, thank you very much. I guess it cannot be better said than you just put it, and we were so happy to learn from the best examples of Europe, also for us. I think we learned so many new things, and we will definitely continue. As one of our actions is also the continuation, the establishment of network that will carry on its own life by uniting the members of culture and creative industries here in the region. So we definitely hope to cooperate in the future as well. So are there any more maybe contributions from the project partners? Somebody would like to say something? Yeah.
Just in case, Derry, I'm not sure if there's a link there for that. If Derry Canty, our councillor. Thank you. I was hoping that one of our councillors who chairs our SPC, our Special Strategic Policy Committee on Tourism and International Affairs, could have joined us. It appears that might not be the case, but I know that this project, as Cult Create, has been presented to our policy committees as this project has been progressing, particularly in the last 2 years. And I know Derry, as chair of that committee, has been watching closely the project as it has progressed. And it's important that that our councillors come in behind the project and come in behind tourism. Tourism is a key target for the city in terms of developing it as a placemaking strategy. It is one of the key targets again, to develop the city. And I talked a little bit about this morning, is creating that attractiveness for the city, placemaking becoming the key piece, which is attractive to visitors, but also to investment. And, what we find is that what's good for attracting visitors is good for attracting talent. So in a kind of a double whammy, if you like, in terms of if you can make the place attractive for visitors, you're also going to attract talent who would like to come and live in your city and contribute to the growth of the productivity of the city in terms of the FDI that we're drawing into the city. But it's fundamentally kind of driven essentially by the talent that we can attract. There's a big competition for that. All cities are fighting for talent. And I think, tourism and the specifically Cult Create, and that, as I spoke about this morning, the creative industries is a new area, I think, which both contributes to the attractiveness in terms of the SMEs in their creativity, in terms of the activities and the experiential type of activities and products and services that they develop, attract obviously visitors and so on, but they also generally create, we are looking to brand ourselves as a creative city more broadly, attracting talent, creative talent. And when creative talent looks at a city, they like to see what in the area of creative if the creative sector is happening in that city, and if they see that it is there, it becomes an attraction in itself. And so critically important, I think Cult Create has opened our minds to that. And I think getting engaged with sectors I spoke about this morning was at the heart of that. Bottom up, hugely important. And I think the recognition by ourselves, what the contribution they can make, is hugely important. And as I say, getting that into the policy documents was a key outcome from the project. In real terms, the creative sector is now coming on the agenda. And in some ways, we've only started, and we've a long way to go, I think. But the Cult Create has certainly has started that process for us. And so we look forward to it with excitement, I have to say. I mean, for me personally, it's been an excellent project, even though, you know, as an economic development, we tend to be focused on FDI, indigenous industries and so on. So this is a kind of a new sector which we're shining the light on now, which is superb. And I'm delighted to be engaged with that, and we will going forward as well. So apologies from Terry Canty, unfortunately, if you didn't make the link. And yeah, that's what I have to say for the moment anyway. Thank you.
So, is there any other partner who would like to comment? Any partners from Poland, maybe? No? Okay, then we can move on to the legacy of the project, and I give floor again to Manos and thank him on the declaration of Vidzeme. Thank you very much for
I hope that you have a copy of this. Have everybody seen this? Yes, there are copies of this. Have you got copies? No? It's better if people can go through it. Not necessarily now. We can give people time to respond in the next days. But the idea is that we have an end of project communique, final communique in military terms, on the legacy of the project and what needs to be done from now on to capitalize the results and move forward in other initiatives. So basically this declaration, draft declaration, which will be available for the next period to be discussed internally in your organizations. Also, we have another meeting in Poland in September. The project does not finish today. The project finishes in 6 months. So we still have another 6 months to go. Therefore, we have launching this today. That's why we call it Declaration of Vidzemes. Maybe we should call it Sesis, because Sesis is the city rather than the region. And it's the idea is to say that what we've done. The first part is what we've done between June 2018 and November this year. That the partnership has devised and introduced several policies and initiatives in culture and creative tourism development based on CCIs, SMEs. The importance of these policies and initiatives in promoting CCT development based on CCIs, SMEs has been demonstrated by the project results in terms of contributing towards the competitiveness of CCIs, SMEs. And on this basis of the project results, further achievements and related initiatives that we discussed, the CalCreate partnership hereby declares its determination to continue to apply the initiated policies for CCT development as an important legacy of the CalCreate project, to ensure capitalization of the results. I go through it very quickly, only epigrammatic. To make procedures in the framework of CalCreate project more permanent, like the stakeholder groups can continue, because now the process has been started and it's the snowball effect can take place, to continue actively support the EU policies, introduce further enhancements as a result of the legacy, maintain the partnership as a specialized network of regional and local authorities, destination authorities, tourism boards, associations, and related stakeholders for sustainable cultural and creative tourism policies and initiatives. And then that's the first section, about internal to the partnership. The second section is about the partnership calling upon tourism and cultural authorities in Europe, in other member states, and in other regions of the same country, to work together towards the development, upgrading and implementation of cultural creative tourism development policies with further initiatives towards achieving CCI's SMEs competitiveness, to raise awareness regarding the above to national authorities, regional local authorities, to raise awareness to national authorities, EU institutions, relevant European networks, such as we've heard Europa Nostra, European Travel Commission, competent pan-European and international organizations such as UN, WTO, UNESCO, UNCTAD, to coordinate in advance sustainable CCT development and promotion policies that facilitate the competitiveness of SMEs, to organize tourism offers so as to maximize social inclusion, provide visitors with sustainable cultural and creative tourism options based on CCI's SMEs. That's the second section, about addressing the needs of other authorities and national authorities. And the third section is addressed to European Union institutions, Commission, Parliament, Committee of the Regions, ECOSOC, Committee of Social and Economic Commission, Committee of European Union. Furthermore, the Calculated Partnership strongly calls upon European Union institutions and international organizations, typically UNESCO, WTO, to continue to formulate, promote, upgrade, and support policies in CCT development and promotion, related actions with adequate funding, including support for CCIs, to incorporate the above, all of the above, in EU relevant initiatives, such as the Creative Europe program. I think here we're preaching to the converted, because now Creative Europe program recognizes sustainable cultural tourism as creative activity, whereas in the previous period it was not present. So somehow, in this period, this became explicit, and we're very happy about this. Maybe we have something to do with it, because we've been pressing the Parliament Committee of the Regions to recognize sustainable cultural tourism in that respect as a priority. So Creative Europe is already including this in a recent call, in fact, sustainable cultural tourism. But we say to incorporate the above, all of the above, in EU relevant initiatives, smart tourism capital, cultural heritage and creativity aspects, WTO activities on cultural tourism, creative tourism and sustainable development of tourism. To promote the advantages of cultural creative tourism based on CCIs in social and economic development and cohesion, as well as in relation to Green Deal and the digital agenda, the two priorities for the next 7 years. Actually, there is indirectly, there is a contribution that can be made by sustainable cultural tourism, creative tourism, in both the Green Deal and the digital agenda, the digital transformation. To facilitate the co-funding of relevant initiatives, infrastructures, products, services with quality and CCT options on the basis of sustainability, innovation, efficiency, cohesion, and resilience. And finally, to exploit synergies of the above with the United Nations Sustainable Development Goals 2030, as we presented earlier. The closing statement is as follows. We encourage other local and regional authorities, destination authorities, tourism boards and associations, CCIs associations and networks, universities and research institutes also, throughout Europe to adopt this declaration and join us in the future related initiatives to sustainable cultural creative tourism policies and innovations towards advancing cultural creative industries, SMEs, competitiveness in the European Union and beyond. not only the European Union, the whole of Europe. Europe is 45 countries, not 27. So this is the draft that is in your hands. It will be in the website as well, and we'll have a reasonable time to have a consultation on this, make other additions or whatever improvements, and this will be the final communique of the project when we deliver the final report in 6 months' time, at the end of November, assuming that we have no extensions. Okay, thank you. Any comments on this are welcome, by all means. I don't know, you want to say something? But remember the 3 sections. Internally, what we commit ourselves to do. For other authorities, including your national authorities, how you approach your national culture ministry, tourism organization. And finally, the European institutions. And of course, when we have this agreed by everybody, we'll make it officially available to the Commission, Parliament, and so forth. And it will be reported in the final report as well. So we can discuss this at any time between now and the closing, and afterwards also today, tomorrow. Any comments? Very welcome. Thank you.
So we have slowly come to the closing part of our conference, and now I would like to give floor to Kristaps. Maybe you can start, or
Just yes, thank you for organizing this event in such high quality, and also from program side, we're very happy to see more interesting living environments that are also then contributing to other priorities, like attracting investments, attracting talent, attracting research, etc. So it's very good, and also we are happy to see that the work is continuing, that there are other achievements apart from the action plans and apart from the policy changes and the policy improvements, that you are actually ready to work further in different formats with different projects, potentially in different programs. That means that the collaboration has been successful, and also hopefully in some formation you can also apply for future Interreg calls, as I understand it would be interesting for you, and trying to really link the creative industries maybe with other priorities, not just tourism. And with that, as Manos rightly said, the project is not finished. 6 more months to go. Still final policy changes to report. And then with that, we wish you best of luck with finalizing the project and finalizing the implementation of the action plans, and finalizing also all the administrative parts of the project so that you can happily close it and then move on to the future endeavors. Thank you.
Yes, thank you very much for the representative Kristaps from the Joint Secretariat, and yeah, it has been a big challenge for us and a big also accomplishment to be a lead partner of this project. We were the first country, organization from Latvia to take this role of a lead partner in Latvia. So yeah, we had a lot to learn. Still, we have a lot to do. Final reports, and yeah, so it has been a great challenge. Yeah, thank you also for the support. And now I give floor again to Manos. Maybe you would like to. No, not. Okay. So Raitis or Eva, can you please, as a lead partner, say the final conclusion of the project before we move to the agenda of later today and tomorrow?
So Manos told he say everything. I think we also almost everything we we mentioned, and I think from politician debates, for me it's very interesting. As Nicosia mentioned, it's we can restarting. So it feels 5 years since Veneto office, when we said the first time and decided about to create this project. So 5 years is passing, and we feel like we just started. So it's very good feeling, and probably also in the future, it's also mentioned in partner in declaration here. Of course, and maybe with some minor changes, we can, of course, we can continue to work in Culture Create, in Interreg program, as Joint Secretary mentioned, or maybe some another programs to try it. But of course, our network is very important, and stakeholders. We all time mention stakeholders, but local stakeholders are crucially important. If some gap between, and then later it's quite different situations. Some municipalities more involved, some less, and we would like to be equal in this, and that is also one of the aim what we have to do in the future, and of course cooperation and with ministries, with institutions. We have great network, ECTN, and most of you involved in this network. So we have opportunity to join, and I think it's most of things already today. Partners mentioned and stakeholders, and today we have opportunity at 7 o'clock. Visit some. It will be dinner event, but not only. It will be with some performance, some activities, and we propose maybe a quarter before 7 to meet in Hotel Cesis, where most of you are staying, and then we're going to Castle. So it'll be 2-3 hours, and tomorrow we have a study tour. So we hope you will enjoy it, and let's see after how many years we'll be again in Cesis in Latvia. But of course for us it's was very challenging because we are first time lead partner. But thank you for support, for partners. Just 4 times we've been in a touch, most of times in online, and finally we are here. Thank you very much.
Everybody, so the live session can finalize. We don't stream anymore online, and I would like to ask everybody. Is there somebody on Zoom? Kurš tur ir? Kas tur ir? Yeah, we can give the floor from Cork. Yeah, lovely.
Just to say the weather is beautiful here in Cork this afternoon. Just to say congratulations to what's been going on this morning, and I'd like to just say a few words in relation to what we have done in Cork City Council. Cork has also been an outward-looking city, which through our proud maritime history and the links that has forged, has engaged with and learned from the wider world. It is also a place where culture and creativity has long been recognised among other cities' most important assets. As a European capital of culture, they hold these characteristics as being central to what we are about as a city. Our cultural offering is a great key attraction to embracing those choosing to make this growing city their home. But it is equally significant in presenting Cork as an interactive visitor experience by conveying a real and welcome sense of a place and its people. This cultural identity plays in the city's future ambition, with Cork City Council continually working to enhance and improve the cultural experience of both domestic and international tourists, as well as our own citizens, of course. Culture is often thought of somewhat intangible concept, yet for Cork, the elements behind it, for the obvious or heritage sites, available as a living place to experience the city's past, are our renowned year-round calendar of festivals, which the city presents its contemporary culture faced to locals and temporary locals alike, to more discreet activities taking place in studios and workshops. It is a very real indeed. They are shaped, produced, and animated with support from Cork City Council and other agencies by actors across the sector under the broad definition of culture and creative industries. The most important cohort among these are the microfilms and individual artists and artisans whose work embodies so much of Cork's identity, adding richly the uniqueness of our city, a quality which we appreciate is increasingly sought after by discerning tourists. These makers and creators ply their trade as a labor of love in the first instance. This is a difficult balancing act which brings it to a very practical characteristics and needs. Something that you can easily get overlooked to the point that small-scale creatives, that's something to be dismissed as being more enthusiastics or hobbyists than businesses. But they are very much businesses. We need to balance their genuine and fair with the bottom line of turning a profit in order to survive, let alone prosper. As a sector, CCIs also represent more than the sum of their parts in terms of their actual and potential contribution to our city's economic as well as general vibrancy. There is also an audience that has been especially hard hit by the distribution of the pandemic and requires assistance in reinforcing its long-term competitiveness. This is where this project stepped up in for Cork in responsibility, meeting a grassroots demand for something that did not yet exist, something which could be used to enhance the profile, the recognition and coherence and the influence of the sector locally. As local authority, we endeavour to provide enabling politics and support for culture and creativity, and we equally do that in relation to tourism development. Accordingly, as naturally slowly returning post-COVID, in seeking to develop workable strategies between these two distant policy fields to enable local CCIs to develop a greater focus on exploring tourism opportunities and markets, our focus was placed on co-developing and deploying a new cluster arrangement under the Stamp brand. Already, there is showing promising signs. It is exciting, generated by our recent pop-up festival across our city centre. Is it any indicator? However, the spotlight of large public events such as this, even if it provides only the first of many, as we hope. It is just one very early and visible local output from the project. Long term, there is more to this than meets the eye. In our native language, Gaeilge, we have a popular saying, "Tuas lat led the hull." It means that making a good start represents half the work in delivering on an object in opening our eyes. Cult Creative has offered us an opportunity for just a fresh start. As it is appropriate to a project on creativity, it provided some inspiration from further afield, notably from Dundee and from Nicosia. But the spark it has ignited represents only the beginning of a long journey of continued mobilization with shape purpose among Cork's creative artists to build on what has been achieved of late in working more cohesively together than ever before. That is something we must now look at to embark on it locally. As we learned this morning, the motto of STAMP, Creative Empowering Cork, Cork Empowering Creativity. There is a build synthesizes that, a clear understanding between we as a local authority on behalf of the city and the creative shareholders as benefactors of this project in the spirit of empowering. The next step will be largely up to our stakeholders themselves to press ahead with this newfound momentum as to formalize their new arrangements, perhaps such a network or such similar structure. In doing so, they will not be abandoned. Just as has been in the case under Cult Create, I am confident that they will continue to have the active engagement and support of Cork City Council in progressing their next steps, and perhaps of other public agencies also, such as the Natural Creative Ireland programme, which has come on board to support the action plan delivery. This is because we have used the project to more broadly consider a place of culture and creative sector in our city's economy and development, including by reference to tourism. In doing so, we have been successful in influencing more than just our cultural policy, and also the principal target in the forming of our future arts and culture strategy. Since culturally Cult Creative has begun to leave its fingerprint on how the city will physically accommodate culture and creativity over the coming years by shaping the direction both of our Cork City action plan, a response to the need to emphasize actually and attractions in bringing people back to the city centre post-pandemic, and our forthcoming city development plan. Admittedly, this policy work is not easily illustrated as actions at this point, but as a project evolved to become more, it'll become bigger and clearer long-term picture that dreams of having accessibility city centre place of their own in which to welcome culturally courageous visitors, and having a high-profile showcase to exhibit their wares. That engaged bench piece, Cork Craft and Design, Simply Studios, and Shannon Art Studios in the project, and the concept of culture and creative tourism is in the first place. In terms of impact and legacy, there is more than we can have hoped for originally from this project. Delivering something of that scale is obviously not the sort of thing that Inheriting Europe project can hope to achieve immediately. As an action, but I like to think that when that facility comes about in the coming years, this project will represent the bedrock of its foundation. Not just a shop window, but a chance for creative thinking, artistic collaboration, and inspiration to take a real step forward in accessibility, making its mark, putting its stamp on Cork's future development. Ladies and gentlemen, the philosopher and author Edward de Bono, the originator of the term lateral thinking, once said that creativity involves breaking out of expected patterns in order to look at things in a different way. We did precisely that in Cork, in getting to where we got to with this project. It is not a straightforward or linear process. It went through various interactions before we hit on a winning formula that linked for all of our stakeholders. I think this ties in with the idea that culture is not simply about reflecting on who we are and where we've been, but also about where we hope to go, which is a good tie in with tourism. As I can offer you on the basis that, as J.J.R. Tolkien said, that all of these who wonder are lost. But Emile Mattergood, thank you very much.
Thank you very much. And I would like to thank you, all the partners and all the stakeholders, and of course, Manos, for driving this and steering all of this. And I would like to ask for the final task for all of us. Let's take a group picture. So please come down, let's make a picture, and then you will be off until 6:45.